Hello, everybody. Why isn't it picking up the actual game? Hold on a minute. OBS, are you okay? What's going on here? That's... Oh! Because I forgot to open up the Google Chrome side. Shit.
Oops.
One moment, y'all.
The one time that we actually let you have a normal introduction and we were all quiet and you...
And I fuck it up.
Yeah.
Yep, no. I did
See,
that.
this is why we don't leave it in your hands.
It's true. In cases like this, we just give her more time.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Oh my god, redirecting all the viewers to the latest XP comic we were talking about. Oh my god, I hope viewers like nacho cheese.
Okay, there we go.
Oh my
There we
God,
go.
love that.
Also, I
Not
Out there eventually.
hang on. I also think it is in GM mode, so let me fix that.
Yeah, how dare you?
Oh, wait, hang on, frick. I have to go post in my end too. I forgot about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, go do that.
Yes, you do.
Or do I?
Okay,
Yes, you don't have
there
to.
we are. Hello, every creature. How you doing? This was
I don't know, how are you doing?
quite. Listen, I had rough sleep yet again. Well, no, it was alright at the start, but then I just woke up too early and couldn't really get back to bed very well.
Real.
And in clearing out a resin print, I think I inhaled a little bit too much isopropyl alcohol fumes. But otherwise, I'm okay.
Oh my god, your lungs are sanitized.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's just like like the old joke of me like wanting to wash out my lungs. Just take them out and rinse them with soap and water. Why is everyone silent?
Sorry, I just had to delete a spam bot.
Oh yeah, I was watching that. I'm like squinting because like my brain's still obviously trying to wake up and process things. I'm like, why is Raz talking about eating that pot? And it reminded me of the fact I was talking to Ryan about due to other things I've been seeing. It's like, man, what if Burke just decided that if he got a war cry, just started shouting, "I am quite hungry" while charging people. Because that's a war cry in Kingdom Condolence too. I'm just imagining Burke of all people shouting that.
Oh my
I'd
goodness.
definitely be allowed to roll for intimidation.
Yeah, honestly. Anyhow, I would like to have somebody do the recap for both last session and the mini session because it's been a week.
We didn't even get any experience for the last session. Yumi's such a tyrant.
Ugh.
I mean, sure, we bullied her into it, but
Yeah, you bullied me
The
into
bully-
the mini session, so you're
it's
not gonna
okay
get extra
because you
XP
got
for
us
it.
back because you're like, all right, that's it. Frick you, more plot threads.
Yes,
That is true.
the plot threads would have been in this
Honestly,
session
shocked
either
that your
way.
phase are more spider-like with how many webs you're slinging around. Anyway, so for the proper 4.0 session, because I'm doing it this time, because frick you, right, you don't get to delegate stealing your hat of importance, wearing it myself.
Uh-huh.
So we started by, everything was going pretty calmly. We got to the place where we had the stash hidden, which was what was the place exactly, Yumi?
It was a
worn down hostel, or?
Yep. No, you got it.
Yeah.
You got it in one.
Okay, hostel. I was wondering if it was, something else, but yeah. So we got there, and then we had a very quick combat, thankfully. It went smoothly with no problems, and we did not, in fact, go over the rules after and realize we basically have been doing combat completely incorrectly this entire
Yep.
time.
Don't worry, we'll be doing it right
was
this
very
time.
quick. It was very quick, in and out, 5-minute adventure. And
It
then
was
after
2.5
that,
hours.
Don't worry about that part. It's not important. We had everyone recovering. We learned that, you know, Abaia is connected to a fae who's basically a plague god. Or plaque god. Yeah, Burke will have to definitely double check his teeth next time, don't worry about it. But, you know, obviously it's the thing that inflicted Abaia, but also apparently gave him a connection to magic, just at a little tiny cost. Don't worry about it. We learned that Viz can stand outside in the rain, even
I
if
know,
it's
right?
radioactive.
Yep.
I know, right?
Um,
Someone could stand outside in the rain. Big fucking whoop.
I know, it's amazing. Viz would totally, like, watch where the wind blows and be confused why it's a problem. Or when the wind blows.
Viz just standing there with inbuilt speakers playing "Feel the Rain on Your Skin."
Oh, I'm getting an echo from somebody.
Given that Meeks is the one with the new headset, probably them.
Yeah.
I pushed my mic a little bit further away.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes.
Yep.
Combat is the myth. Exactly. Combat's the myth.
Exactly.
But let's see. After just a whole bunch of shenanigans with everyone just kind of talking, preparing, we decided to drove back, had increasingly problematic car issues. Until we broke down where Viz was like, oh, I know this place, walked inside and opened up a cache of old Vortec, which no one questioned because this party does not ask questions.
Well, to be fair, you didn't break down there. That was...
Well, we broke down and then drove to the area,
Yeah.
but we had issues.
Yeah, you found the cache.
The important thing is that we got lost, and then we started, like, driving in the wrong direction after it broke down. There was a lot of stuff going on. The wheel popped off. So yeah, we stopped there, and then we bullied Yumi into letting us have a mid-session because we had plans where we planned a revolution. He was like, nice plans. Anyway, there's a blockade now that's telling you about how sick people are getting. So you had that plotted. Also, Lucretia is probably wanted by someone. Being recruited for their pop girl band, so we gotta make sure Lucretia doesn't get mad for that.
Ooh.
And yeah, so last we left off, Burke was helping Abaia via, you know, administering and creating medicine compounds together, with Abaia treating patients and, you know, basically triaging, figuring out which ones are the cause for infection and whatnot.
Yep.
And then you have Lucretia and Viz who went off to grab more cocaine.
As they do.
Sorry, lean.
Lear.
Oh, God.
Leader.
Leaner.
Yeah, you would. Anyways.
Yeah, I am pretty lean.
Anyways, you did the recap. Very good. I'm going to start doing something a little bit differently with the recaps. Have a extra Benny for this session.
Oh my
Yay!
gosh. Now we're going to start fighting over doing them.
Yep.
No, Bo is the one that is going to do every single one from now on because they're the one leaning into the edge where they give other people bennies.
Yep, I agree. I agree.
That's true.
That is true.
I don't
Alright,
have
though.
it yet, though. Unless, you know, I mean, I could get it if you gave us a level up.
Uh-huh.
I don't want you guys leveling up too fast. Also, I'm for extra sessions, you're not going to be getting XP because those are when you guys end up asking for them. If I decide that we're going to have an extra session, then you'll get XP. But
that's valid.
But
We
we
can
need
give bonus
XPs. We need
XP
cannon
then if we-
fodder.
oh my god.
God, you're horrible.
Just training arc, I guess. Slightly on screen yet off. It's like a filler episode that's actually just a training arc. So like most people actually think it's a filler episode when it's totally not. And there's actually like a lot of character development going on in that episode, but yet no one really realizes because people only care about the fighting scenes more than anything.
True.
Like the entirety of season 5 in My Hero Academia, topical, by the way. Anyway.
Sure.
Anyway,
Nerd.
fuck you.
Nerd.
So, we'll pick up where we left off from last time. Up at the warehouse that was being used to take care of the infected. Abaia has found this script that is most likely a carrier. Lucretia has received a strange message saying, "Hey, meet me at a particular bar."
If I remember right.
Which one?
Hey, smooth
The
skin.
wall.
Yeah, the wall. Yeah, that one's over in the industrial sector.
Yep.
And we have also learned that you guys are on a slight timer. It's a long timer, but it's still a bit of a timer because the sigil on your hands, its etheric signal is very slowly but very steadily increasing. Take too long, and it's going to start giving people tumors.
Oh,
and
boy.
trying to kill you. So, yeah.
I'll toss it on the pile.
You guys still got a lot of time, but it's just basically
That's fine. Burke can take it. The armor helps him.
anti-tumor armor.
Uh-huh.
Anyhow, it is probably like 2 p.m., I would think. Maybe a little bit later. What are your plans?
Well, we have multiple things we need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The current thing that we were doing was, helping Abaia.
Yep.
Is this like directly after Abaia got done with his thing?
Yep.
I definitely think that we should probably do the mysterious Lucretia message when it comes up.
Yeah, if I remember right,
yeah, of
though,
course.
that was at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So we got a few hours.
I did want to go to the hotel and basically see if Enrice would come visit because he's probably been keeping an eye out, and we mentioned if we've been delayed.
You have a
probably
phone
keeping
number.
an
You have his phone number. You can just text him.
eye- I do.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
I don't know. I guess covert stuff of being like, hey, contact me, and I'll contact you. Still,
No, you guys have the the fucking equivalent of WhatsApp where everything's encrypted.
Yeah.
I thought that was Telegram.
WhatsApp is more encrypted. At least it was in the past. I don't know if things
Oh
changed.
yeah, clapping my hands together. Hey, when do I get paid? By the way, unlike these peasants, I have the rich.
Oh,
edge.
right.
Fuck you.
That is true.
Unlike these peasants, I get loads of money, rubbing hands together.
Loads and loads of money.
It's
Yeah,
probably
look
not
at
going to
her
be
ass,
as
damn.
much as it says in the Rich Edge, but you will still get paid. I'm thinking...
Can you believe she's nerfing my rich edge?
At least for right now.
It doesn't have to be exactly that, but it does
Yeah.
say the equivalent. You mean?
Yes. And you will probably get a payment of probably about, I'm going to think, 2,000? Soon? This session, at
Alright.
least. I'll tell you when.
That's when Viz shows up because she's like, listen, I have a trend of my players not having any money, so Zips is gonna visit, and then you're gonna spend all your money, and then you're gonna be poor like the rest of us. But yeah, I guess Burke will basically, once we have a moment of privacy and we're far and away, Burke would probably still recommend going to the hotel to reassess things
Yeah.
and basically get access to the news proper. Because there's a few things we need to do. So that at the next level up, Viz can take shooting, because at this point, Viz needs like a proper way to use a ranged option, and even just a 1d4 in shooting is a good idea. Burke can start teaching her that, as well as Burke needing to study up to get the
This is a herd now?
Oh, sorry, I talked about Riot.
Literally everyone talks about Viz referring to Viz in multiple different ways. At this point, I've just run with it. It's funny.
It's just however we look at them at the time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Listen, I just look at Viz and I look at those completely unintelligent eyes. It makes me think of a dumb XP, and then I think of Raya. Smile.
Carry on.
Ah, damn. She's
The main
not even
difference
giving
between
me
them and an
7 days
XP is that we don't let them up in the front line.
God. Even though she apparently is built for it, which I don't believe you. Anyway, so Burke also needs to study battle tactics for, worst case stereotype stuff, and also to get the knowledge skill that will give us a surprise tool that'll help us later. Apparently, basic shooting is something that you need to spend like one of your level up skill ups on. Knowledge stuff is fine, so I'll probably be hard focusing that, which means Burke studies. The buddy system, if you will.
Oh, okay.
Burke studies.
Buddies.
But regardless, I think going to the hotel is definitely good because of just varied things we can do. And then once we're in, Burke will actually probably wait until the hotel. I don't think Burke would just have a phone call that. Well, I don't think Burke would mention anything too secret. So I suppose in the call it's fine, or in the car it's fine. Burke will just activate the whole phone segment on his helmet to be able to talk.
Okay.
Boots up Skype.
Just imagine it's like he gets a special long antenna, attaches it to the back of the helmet, and just wobbles a lot while in the car.
It's like bending against the roof.
Yeah, no kidding. Either that or it's like TeamSpeak.
Or that's when you have to open up the roof hatch.
I mean, but, could you imagine if Burke's call was not super contained inside his helmet, and so part way through the drive at random we just hear
user joined your channel,
and then they just start talking.
Oh my gods.
God. I mean, texts exist at least, right?
Slushy. Yes.
Yeah, Burke will at the very least take out his personal device and send a message basically saying, we got back to town, we've retrieved the devices, regrouping back at the hotel we were staying at.
Okay.
If you can come join, that would be ideal, so that we can discuss things with the group.
And you get a response after a little bit saying, I'll be there in 30.
Oh.
Response is I'll be there after I finish the little thing, and then as we're walking to a hotel, there's just a distant boom, and so suddenly the West Industrial District is just gone.
Yeah, and then we just hear a very casual, all right, on my way.
Burke just gets a text. It's like, all right, so things got a bit out of hand, like the fire. Have I told your friends about that, by the way? I did. I probably shouldn't. I need to work on keeping my list there more, but I don't think I told them anything too important.
Okay. So, after some driving, you all make your way to the hotel, and Onrus will follow up in about 10 minutes after when you guys arrive. Onrus steps through the front doors. He's dressed up in this very large, fanciful suit. He almost looks like a businessman, but of course, a suit over a Trascal's, rough hide is it's a rare look that you don't see very often. You're surprised he was able to find one.
Slightly more durable fabric.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. You're surprised he was able to find a suit that fit a Trascal, but either way, he steps through.
To be fair, I gotta say, a Trascal having a suit, would probably, if anything, he probably screams like either I have money or someone backing me has money, because you have to consider in this setting, for people who don't know, Traskull normally can't talk just due to the way their vocal cords work. So he has a built-in modification that allows him to talk, as he does. He has cybernetics that basically give him opposable thumbs that makes it easier to work with things. He's loaded up to the tits with gear. He had basically hyper cancer bullets.
Yeah, and he still has that backpack slung over his shoulder.
And now he's just coming in wearing a businessman suit that's perfectly tailored to him. It's very obvious to literally anyone that pays attention that whoever this Traskull is has money, and I think that's really funny.
Yep. Oh, good.
Sorry.
You all look to be all right. I was getting a little bit worried. You guys got delayed. What happened?
Car troubles.
Well, I assume you wanted to speak about everything. Is there somewhere safe, or are we just going to chat here in the lobby?
Burke will start leading to the special underground bar.
Alright. You all head down into the speakeasy. And, also, you know what? Let's activate the cyberpunk bar music, so why not?
Oh my god, the squeezy grabs Raya.
The speakeasy is a little bit more active at this point in time. It seems that there's a handful of Davari guys celebrating a successful job. There's a few just hanging out. It's a little bit busier than normal, but it's still plenty safe. You all head down into the speakeasy itself, and Onrus, the first thing that he does is he orders himself a rather large drink.
How large are we talking?
Imagine
The biggest Capri Sun pouch you've ever seen.
it's so after a little bit, Onrus comes back with what looks to be a margarita of all things. Yes, giant murder reptile likes fruity drinks. It's also about 3 times the size of a normal margarita. So this thing is more like a bowl.
That's a full-on Margaret.
Anyways, Onrus will sit down with you guys, and he puts his bag down on the ground. It's good to see you all again. I assume that you were able to get everything that was in the cache.
Burke nods.
Good. He takes a sip. So, what's the plan now?
Meetings,
well,
I suppose.
Yeah, Burke will... I'm just trying to figure out what to mention first. Yeah, Burke will first ask, just in general, first, your tasks been going in the city, and what are the kind of things you've been doing? We've heard some of the news, but we've also been focused because we've been joining Abaia at the triage due to the outbreak.
Yeah, I saw that stuff going down recently. My business has been surprisingly effective. I didn't expect them to be saying, oh, they want to make a movie about me. Oh, I mean, it's strange, but this isn't the first time that's happened. Anyways, yes, it's been going rather well.
It's 100% the first time it's happened.
It's totally the first time it's happened.
I've been focusing on various Sungate facilities that I've been able to find, more explicitly within the inner city walls. All those original shots ended up being used on mostly things that were close to the larger Sungate facilities, the more militant ones. For example, I was able to collapse part of the front doors with one. On one of the places that manufactured some of the weaponry that the Sungate personnel use. Apart from that, I have been busy. Taking up various Sungate vehicles and the like all throughout town. I think I've taken out... He like, leans on the table, taking a sip from his Margaret, and thinking for a moment. At least a dozen? All Sungate personnel. All the various militia. I pick my targets wisely.
As always, Burke says with a nod.
And he nods back. Though, that one APC did end up crashing into a bodega. I do feel a little bad about that. Didn't expect the tire to explode. The tire exploding to send it that hard into there. Expected it would have ended up in the turn past it. Thankfully, it seems nobody was killed. At least nobody innocent. Either way, that's been my work. The Reaper. What about you all?
Burke will because this is Abaia's secret to tell. Burke will turn to Abaia and ask, Abaia, is it alright if we tell him about your issues and your foes?
Abaya, up until this point, had just been kind of sitting in a chair, and he's turning that glass jar that is filled with anesthetic and the mask inside. He's just been kind of looking at it up until this point. And whenever you guys ask if it's okay for him to, tell him what's going on, Abaya looks up and says, "It's fine. After all, I believe that the carrier has formed a cult in this city."
Burke nods. Well, if this is your specialty, if you would like to fill him in yourself, or I can.
It is fairly simple, all things considered. All of the Fae tend to mirror what they were in the past, or some aspect of the old world. This particular Fae, which I lovingly refer to as the Carrier, reflects entropy, the degradation of all things, disease, famine, pestilence. Thanks to
Oh, God.
encounter earlier on in my life, I have formed an unwitting bond with this creature and have been hunting it ever since. This mask, he says, holding up the glass jar, is its face, so to speak. While it takes on whatever shape it wants to at the time, this will always appear somewhere upon it, although not necessarily intact. Previously, when I saw it, that face split open to reveal all these leaking pipes and jagged pieces of metal all crammed in behind it, and this twisted tentacles, blades, whatever it was. Point aside. This mask has been getting carved into the ground around some of the outbreak houses, into the sidewalk, into the house itself, always appearing somewhere. This leads me to believe that somebody is trying to call it here.
Onerous.
Was-
Oh, gone.
I will say, was it brought up that, this is also related to a Fae yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to ask that because unfortunately something really important caught my attention for a sec.
Yeah, no, it was mentioned that this is definitely a Fae. Onerous looks at his Margaret with a little bit of sadness in his eyes, then looks over to Abaia. I've heard of it. carrier. It's been a while, about 60 years or so now. I was back in Celerau, a small village distant from many other towns. I was there working a job with some of the 76. We saw it. It appeared as a plane. A damaged, haggard flying machine, flying above the village. From it spewed this blackened, greenish smoke that fell upon the city itself, fell upon the village itself. I was away from the village at the time. I had been investigating some things in the farms around it. Once I returned, I found the carrier itself had landed. That plane, it only stayed on the ground, it did not stay for very long, but I saw that face, that mask. It had changed the shape of the plane. Twisted tendrils of piping and wires. It moved very much akin to a spider. I only managed to get in when it was finally leaving the village itself. The few that were still alive was heavily sickened. There was a few that seemed changed. Heavily ill, mad. Saying that the carrier had brought them peace. And that I should see similarly. Of course, they tried to come at me with weapons drawn. You can imagine what happened. I figured it was a one-off. A run-in with a primordial. And yet, here we are. Think that something like that is back. Honors kind of sinks back in his chair, and you can hear it audibly creak.
I see. You have encountered it. I am sorry, but it is time to put you into the interrogation chair.
Ask me anything, Doc.
No, it was a joke. That is mostly what I understand from it.
Fair enough.
I've been trailing
Abaia
around
just-
in Wicks' stories like that all this time, so...
Abaia just like, Jesus Christ, does no one here take a joke?
Everybody always takes me so seriously. It's...
Listen, I can't see your face under that. It's a little bit hard to figure out if you're joking or not. But, no, I understand.
I don't think that being seeing my face would actually help you take the joke, but
He shrugs.
maybe I need to install a window.
Knowing what I know of Zarfin, maybe not.
You should install Linux into your mask instead.
God.
I don't want to reprogram my mask.
Yeah, that's fair.
That might be a little bit difficult. Looks like old Wartag. Anyhow, that's my past with it. I didn't know much of that. I only knew that there was an outbreak. I had no idea that the carrier was linked to it. Since I've been spending most of my time recently inside the city walls. And the outbreak's been to the north. If you want, I could do some investigating. That mask that they've been seeing me wear, it's actually set up to be a biohazard mask. Should be able to protect me.
I'm not sure about that, but it's better than nothing, that's for sure.
Honest nods.
I would be careful. It's not a normal disease. It's strong.
Disease
Well,
got
we-
hands.
While we were fighting some, where were they called? Grave
Grave hunters.
hunters, right?
Funeral hunters, pardon.
Or, yeah, funeral. Yeah, okay. while we were retrieving the supplies, we got caught in an aether storm and had to take shelter, and funeral hunters attacked us during the night. During so, because we were caught off guard, we got overwhelmed. During that, Abaia had to use some of his abilities to heal me, but something leaked through.
Really?
Whatever it was, it made me sick. It wasn't something I'd be able to easily fight off on my own.
Please be careful with that, Onrus says, looking to you, Abaia. Abaia, roll me a notice.
Oh boy.
This will be a -2.
Notice.
Oh my goodness, an 8. You can tell when that was mentioned, Onrus's response comes from somewhere deeper than just an old war buddy. Onrus really wants to make sure that that Burke is well protected. It's a lot more than just old mercenary friend. Be careful with that, yeah? Though that means, hang on. Are you... Onrus kind of leans in, having to slide his half-finished Margaret to the side. And yes, I'm going to call it that this entire time. Did it give you magic?
I'm assuming that's at Abaia.
Abaia, yes.
You can call it that, I suppose.
Huh. Those tainted, the ones that went mad, they had a form of magic as well. I was dodging bolts of energy left and right. I heard that apparently it's done that in the past. But those with magic are, you know. And Onrus kind of makes a little spinny finger next to his head, like saying cuckoo. And yet, here you are. What made the difference?
What makes you think that I am saying?
Well, you aren't worshipping it.
My madness manifests in different ways.
I suppose that's fair. Listen, you need a little bit of madness for this mad world.
There was never a genius without a tincture of madness.
You speak the truth, fish friend. Onrus raises the Margaret to you for a moment before taking a big sip. Well, either way, what's the plan now?
Well, we have multiple things we need to worry about. We'll probably focus with Abaia currently on trying to mitigate the disease. The faster we take care of that, the better, I suspect. We had made plans on the way to the city to work on, well, something we'd wanted to call. I'm assuming we came up with the name that there in some way, so, Eclipse. We wanted to draw Sungate's attention and get people to either rally behind or condemn while feeling safe in their own actions, as is Abaia's way of thinking about it. If you start attributing your actions against Sungate to this quote organization, then it should give them a target away from simple protesters, as well as a banner for people to rally behind should they wish it.
Alright. I've already ensured that my connections were vague and distant from the protesters. I was trying to lean it more towards something else, like I was an extra person touched by the thing that marked you all. But I could do that. Do you have some sort of emblem or something like that? I could easily graffiti it on a wall with my particular mask.
Would anyone have drawn it, do you think, at this point? Just like to sketch it out, just to have something ready. as a concept?
Probably not. Also, we probably don't want him to be spreading this, given that, he's the Reaper and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the way that Burke put it is a fair bit reductionist from what we're actually trying to do with it.
Okay, I'm just trying to kind of sum it up because I believe, Yumi also mentioned that the stuff he's kind of doing is similar enough, I guess, to one of the things we're talking about. So I guess this is a chance for someone else to jump in on what they think. Because I think it's obvious that we ended up never truly agreeing on what we wanted to do with it. And that was just Burke basically trying to, put in one of the takes.
So a good thing to know with Onrus and the whole Reaper thing. Onrus has been aiming specifically at Sungate personnel, Sungate militia, taking out only combatants. The news, however, has been twisting it, saying that he's been killing innocents. So, keep that in mind.
I mean, even Sungate is technically like an independent corporation. Like, they've been hired for military personnel, but they're still, a local corporation.
It's not just okay. They have.
They're
APCs.
not even local. Yeah, they have straight up APCs, and they're not even local. One of the other cities on the map has actually got their headquarters.
Genuinely, they're basically just more of a military corporation that works for the actual Sungate Corporation than they are just random security officers. They are trained fighters. It's not just the local police level of skill. Again, when needing to, when looking into the whole War Machine, the military hired them to bolster their ranks and gave them a lot of authority. And they have the firepower to back up that. That's the whole reason why we're being cautious about them.
I suppose.
Yeah, they're anything but innocent.
Big reason why they have such a big important headquarters here is because it's close to the general, and the fact that the city is in the right circles, notorious for allowing corporations to basically bribe their way through most problems.
It's one of the most corrupt cities. There's only one city that's more corporately corrupt.
Oh boy.
I actually put it on the world map recently. But, yeah, no, they're not innocent. Not in the slightest. But continue.
Oh gosh.
I suppose Burke can continue to try and give an opening. If someone else wants to jump in, feel free. Well, that is just one interpretation. We've still been talking about it for quite a bit, and we're not entirely sure everything that we want to do with it. Personally, I am of the opinion that I want to give the protesters as much fuel as they can to rise up against Sungate and harass them without getting into much trouble themselves. Give them a movement to aspire to. Others suggest that we use this eclipse as a shadowy organization. Use radio broadcasts and obscure voices to make vague threats to Sungate to, again, give them another target aside from protesters.
But also to inform the public about everything that we may find out.
Interesting. Andres chuckles and looks over to Burke. You know, she'd be really proud of you right now if you managed to pull this off.
Oh,
not
it's
doing
time for
much
more
of anything.
backstory.
Oh my god.
And that's all that's said about it before looking to the others.
We've occasionally got to prod him and go, "Hey, stop telling his backstory. Stop."
Either way, I think that's a good idea. It'll be another lead for your opposition to follow up on, and it'll keep them away from the actual public. As well, it should give the public something to look up to. Usually, a lot of people are afraid to stand up, to take the lead, because they know it'll be dangerous. But, if somebody takes the lead for them, they're more likely to stand up alongside.
That is very true.
That's very true.
So, I'm fully behind this idea of yours. Now, I have no idea where you're going to find a broadcast station for that. There's a variety of commercial ones, but if you're wanting something a lot more powerful, well, the only thing I could really think about would be something Old War. Or something military.
We have an idea in mind to solve that problem.
Good. Because,
The commentary falling right into my lap.
Because I really don't have an idea about that one.
The question, more or less, was just to ask your opinion, since you are evidently more experienced with this thing.
On response. Well, I think it's a good idea. I would say lean into the force leading people. Give them hope. Yeah? Give them advice. Tell them the real truth. It's obvious the news is in the hands of the corporations.
Indeed. One of the things that we wanted to do with this was to try and not only put pressure on Sungate, not only to make the people and the authorities question their laws and moral stances, but also so that the people can put more pressure on them, and we can expose any truths that we may find in our eventual strikes.
Hell yeah.
Since all of this is likely to be a more informational heist, at least in the long term, we can use this to not only obfuscate who we are, especially if we create one unique voice. If they capture any one of us, then they know that they would have potentially obtained the wrong person.
Decoys.
Of course.
Decoys are one of my favorite things. Continue.
Of course, it is not infallible and will still be quite risky for us. However, by being able to obfuscate who it is, as well as being able to spread information and fight against the military's mis- and disinformation campaign, we will likely cause a lot of headway, and soon the dominoes will collapse, resulting in Sungate's potential issues down the road, including Malazar's.
Honors nods. It'll definitely put a wrench in Sungate's gears, as it were. Malazar, he's gonna be a little more problematic. I've dealt with him for a long, long time, trying to influence what he's doing. After all, as I said, I have connections. But he is a wild card and a half. All I can really say is... honestly, I'm not even sure what to say. He's gonna be more difficult to influence than you think.
It is less about influencing Malazar himself, but rather influencing the people around him to try and strong-arm him to doing one thing or another.
Oh yeah.
It is just a pressure campaign.
He nods. I've tried that too. But then again, last time I tried was... I think close to 10 years ago now. So, maybe I'll have better luck.
The goal is to lessen his political clout. He's currently trying to use this as an opportunity to expand his power base, as well as put the blame towards his own goals.
Could try a smear campaign.
Burke shakes his head. His public opinion doesn't matter to him. The important thing is that the right people knows his goals and will support them.
Suppose
We
that's
need-
fair.
We need to ensure that he has to be disenfranchised from Sungate itself, and that's going to take considerable effort. But it's very important that we make sure he doesn't gain too much power from this.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree. Well, quite a few factors going on. So now here's the question. What would you have me do? Obviously, I'm here for you, Burke. For the 76.
If you can keep doing what you're doing, that would be good, but I do have a few other things in mind.
Sure.
I don't know if you've made any contacts in the city yet that can talk to the everyday average person. But if we can learn what the general public opinion is outside of what the news is telling everyone, that would be important. Know what each population base seems to think, from the poor to the richer areas. That would help knowing where to target and what people are being told. And if you're being careful, learning more about the disease is helpful. If we can find this carrier, we can help stop the plague and focus more on Sungate.
Well, the first part shouldn't be difficult. There's usually forums for larger cities like this. I just need to go find them. You know, on the web.
Burke nods.
For everything else, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult. At least in the poorer section, I'll have to be on foot, as it were. And for the disease, well, you know me, Burke. I'll be alright.
Burke nods. Still, it has me uneasy. It's powerful.
Yeah. No, I fully understand.
Aside from that, I'll likely be looking into a change in weaponry myself, or at least additions to my arsenal. The equipment I currently have is functional for everyday matters, but depending on things we may encounter in the future, it may be ideal to get more something or another. I've been taking a look at possible additions to my armory, and either a sniper rifle or of heavy caliber or a flat cannon would likely be ideal, but those will be hard to find.
Yeah, especially the flat cannon. Usually that's only high-grade military stuff. Might be able to find one in the airport if you don't mind, you know, fighting through a couple hundred soldiers. But when it comes to the sniper, Honrus thinks for a moment, pondering some of the options. I mean, the Slacks does have a black market, but I don't know how busy that's going to be. At least with the current situation. I would assume many of the vendors that might have some better arms would have closed up shop for right now. So you might be out of luck when it comes to weaponry for the brief moment.
Burke nods. I'll keep an eye out regardless.
Though, I do have an extra or two. Hang on. Honrus kind of pulls up his backpack and starts shuffling through it. No, that's not a good idea. That would... No. There we go. And from the depths of the backpack, he pulls out 2 frag grenades and slides them over to Burke.
Aha! What the fuck?
You know, as you...
Burke will take him, examine like the make and model, and then he'll nod graciously and put them into his supply pack.
They are a little bit more reminiscent of like World War I think 1 stick grenades, but they still explode in fragmentation. They are pretty they're pretty fucking useful. Use them if you need them, yeah?
Frick nuts. How common are laser weapons, by the way? You mean like a laser pistol, for example?
Not very common. They are usually reserved for the richer and more fanciful, like mercenary or guy, or like fancy dude who wants self-defense, shit like that. It's on the cutting edge.
Yeah, because I do think that if we could get Viz a laser pistol, due to the lack of recoil lore-wise, it would help Viz learn faster.
Oh, absolutely.
Viz would need...
You could probably pick up a laser pistol, but it won't be cheap.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about it, because it also has its own benefits.
Yep.
Yep.
I said yep, not whatever.
Yep.
Honors finishes off as Margaret, just kind of chugging it all down. It doesn't seem that the alcohol content did anything to the guy. Well then, seems like we've all got quite a plan. When are you thinking you're gonna do that heist of yours?
Currently, we have 2 different plans, with the more likely one being that we'll need to get the appearances of security forces and wait until there's a strong protest in front of Sungate. We'll disguise ourselves as security, trying to secure the building and move in.
Honors nods and pulls out he kind of like pats through some of his pockets, pulls out a pen, piece of paper, and he scribbles down an address that's located in the Riverside district. I found this. It's one of the depots for security personnel. It's usually where they have their where they have the militia stand. If you're looking for something, you might want to go there. It's a bit damaged. It was one of the places I hit, but they're still using it.
Burke nods.
Knock out a few of them, let the device scan them, tie them up somewhere so that they can't get out for a while. Should be set. Well, I wish you all best of luck with that, yeah? Burke, you know how to get in contact with me. If you need sniper support or whatever during it, just give me a ring. Honorous.
Having you...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Burke will just say, one sec. Having you on Overwatch might be ideal.
You got it.
I will let you know when we do go forward with the plan.
Works for me. He stretches. The pops from this guy's back sound like fucking like little fireworks. All right. I should probably get moving. I have a few strings to pull, as it were. That's what the suit's for. He smiles. Take care, y'all. Good luck. And Honors.
I just had a very sudden random thought. Because Viz has the MacGyver trait. And I was just thinking, what if, worst case scenario, Burke let Viz take a look at his rifle, and then Viz MacGyvered a very inefficient laser pistol from random scraps we got?
It's just a laser.
I'm just
pointer.
thinking. I'm specifically imagining like the Fallout crank charge.
The
laser
fucking
rifle.
muskets. I mean, that would
the
be very
crank
funny.
musket. I mean, it'd be better if we could get like an actual one.
Yeah.
But I do think, as for having a ranged weapon, having one where, you know, it basically takes like a multi-action to crank and then fire would still be nice for a ranged option.
Don't worry. I have plans for things. We just need something to get there first.
Yep. All right.
I do think though that like getting Viz to basically a scrap because one place that actually probably be pretty ideal for that actually is an electronics recycling center.
Amusing.
We could probably go there and basically just say like, hey, we're just looking for scrap electronics. Do you have boxes that you don't really need? Because people tend to go there and either donate or whatever. Or worst case scenario, we'll have to like pay a bit. But Viz needs scrap electronics. That's one of the ideal places to go. Because typically when people send stuff there, the entire thing as a whole is broken or really old. But the individual components can be isolated.
This is true. You could do that.
Because I do think that it also worked for the fact that with Viz's storage, Viz could keep enough scrap for whatever situations on hand instead of scavenging the area. As long as it's small, obviously.
Right.
Anything larger in Viz would need more work. But if it's like a small thing, it'd be a good excuse for Viz to happen to have something on hand.
Yeah.
On hand? Like, attached to its hand? Like, replacing the hand, maybe?
You know what? We're replacing it now. Come here. We're cutting
Oh,
off your
no.
hand and replacing it with scraps for your joke.
Ow.
You do still have that old war era arm. It's a little bit big, but you could. And then it would get the tension of every single fucking military dude around, but you know.
Yeah, of course, of course.
But okay, what's your next step?
Forward!
Yeah. I mean,
Let's
still have a
see.
few
What
hours
time
until
is
the
it
beach
again?
thing.
Probably like 4, maybe?
I think we should probably take this time as quote downtime before we go
I
help.
do have I do have a suggestion. Lucretia does want to make a stop before dropping off her car to get properly repaired, so we can meet up with Marcy before Lucretia's meeting.
Mercy.
Or Mercy.
I don't know how you turned Mercy into Marcy.
Close enough.
Yeah,
It's
close.
You do sound
it's-
similar.
Well, yes, but I guarantee you it's primarily because of Bo, because of her friend Marcy.
Maybe.
I mean, that'd make sense if not for the fact that I don't think Minx has ever really talked to Marcy.
I have not.
So
What the fuck? How? How does this happen? You know what? You know what? I'm just gonna clonk you over
What?
the head.
Fighting you.
That web's biting people.
either
Shit.
way, yeah. I mean, we can do
I
that.
don't need your plague bite. I don't need that viral debuff.
I mean, if you're trying to get the car properly repaired, depending on the meeting, might be one of the things you do during downtime is just drive it over to Mercy to have it get fixed.
And yeah, that was the idea.
Because in the meantime, Burke will probably spend this time trying to study for battle tactics to try and, gain that skill, because it's an important tool that'll help us later. And also pay attention to kind of what the news in general is saying to keep a pulse on it.
Yeah.
So a little bit of downtime definitely wouldn't hurt.
Alright.
Especially because, we spent a good day in the wilderness, and Burke's going to take any chance he can get to properly clean the armor and whatnot while, out of the wilderness and in somewhere a bit more civilized.
The hotel has a workshop down in the basement, so you'd be able to do that.
Burke goes in, the whole workshop goes in lockdown while he requires his privacy.
You can also just borrow the fucking cleaning tools.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, Burke, how's the clean going? And it's like the sounds of jackhammering going on.
Oh, I see. Fair enough.
Construction equipment sound effects, and then just like
Random wood sawing.
the sound of a laser gun going off.
Chicken noise.
Didn't know Nelson and Melchior were around.
No.
But, Burke rolls like a repair roll, gets a 32, and accidentally ends up with a completely identical replica of his armor.
How the fuck?
Now there's just 2 suits of armor for Burke. Just imagine, like, Burke goes in, construction sounds, like, you see Burke going out carrying what looks like a limp Burke. It's just the empty power armor that he accidentally made spare.
I made a ping, Lemon. Shush. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That doesn't make sense, actually. What? Brain. That would be silly.
No, it makes sense. Alright,
No.
Burke's gonna go do that.
No extra suit of
I
armor.
guess, Burke is getting a extra suit of armor. Let's go.
We're gonna put Viz in it.
Oh, okay.
Layered electronics. Okay, so Burke is going to be working on cleaning up his armor. What about the rest of you?
I mean, if we're... Lucretia said that she was going to take this time to go back to Mercy, right?
Mercy and
Well, a stop
yeah.
first, and then Mercy.
Well, I mean, if we're going to if you're going to Mercy, then this will definitely come with.
All right. Abaia, what are you
A
up
little
to?
bit of manual labor.
Abaia?
I'll just tag along with Viz.
All right.
I don't really have a lot to do myself until we start the cult investigation.
All right. You okay? So we'll lean on that. So I know where the stop is.
Yes.
Lucretia, do you want to describe how the house looks?
Yes. Lucretia pulls up to this seemingly random little bodega with like a nice little alley next to it. Just pulls in. It's a good way to describe it. It's like a 2-story 7-Eleven from Japan. That's the closest visual. You know, fairly modern, but pretty small.
Right.
And Lucretia will mention to Viz and Abaia, come on, I need your assistance with something. And she'll just walk in.
Well, this
So
seems very
I didn't
important.
bring my shovel if we're burying a body.
The shovel's in the trunk.
I wonder if this is related to the thing that you swore that we already did and then realized that no, you forgot to bring it up last time when we were leaving. Smile.
Remind me about the personality of the parents, Lucretia.
I'll whisper it to you real quick.
Yeah, that works.
I don't think Lucretia's ever asked our help for something like this, so this must be very, very important. This is totally expecting that we need to kill someone or something like that.
Hopefully you don't.
Sometimes you just gotta
What
do a
do you
little
mean?
bit of murder. As a
What do you
treat.
mean, hopefully?
Just a little bit of murder is a treat.
I'll You forget I've never watched Bluey, but okay.
Oh.
I've got an idea what to do
Top-tier
there.
parenting.
Yeah, gotcha. Remind me of their names?
I
Name, species.
They are both Mirrodin.
Right.
I know that much.
I do remember that part. Now.
Let's see. Lorth is the father,
Lorth. Okay.
and Kirno.
Kieran. Okay.
I can type it out for you.
That would be appreciated.
Yeah, Lucretia will lead both Abaia and Viz upstairs, assuming that she doesn't get stopped.
Yeah. On the once you step into the first floor, which is the shop, we'll say Lorth is actually at the front desk. Lorth is a bit of an older Mirrodin with this kind of like blue-gray fur and long horns that branch out in multiple ways, very much like antlers. You know, healthy male Mirrodin horns. Ah, Lucretia. It's good to see you back. How have you been? Are these friends of yours?
Yeah, so-so.
So. That's quite a compliment. Well, hello, you two. My name is Lorth, Lucretia's father. And you are?
Lucretia will look back at the two of them.
This is processing things on the ear flaps. You can see.
Yeah.
Small.
The parents is
Too
a
small.
the parents is a
Abaia
Abaia
Mirrodin.
is also processing things, just staring at this person.
Yeah, it's this old, rather friendly-looking Mirrodin. He's got a little apron on. He's got just like a general, just a simple, normal clothes. He looks like your typical dude. He's got a very warm smile on his face.
I can't believe it. We were like thinking about freaking Lucretia's like horrid backstory. And now we're meeting the parents, and it's just we're gonna learn. It's like, oh, Lucretia's just a piece of shit. Never mind. There's nothing deeper to her. Carry on.
Damn.
Well,
Hello.
as
Hey,
My name is
there
Paige.
you are.
She dropped her ice cream once as a child because someone bumped into her, and that caused it all. That's why she's so paranoid and doesn't trust people.
My
Not
God.
quite.
Ah,
Real.
Viz. Good to meet you. And you? You're Zarfin. I haven't. When was the last time I saw Zarfin?
Infinitely surprised whenever people know the name of my species. But yes, that is me.
Ah,
My name is Abaia. It is a pleasure.
good to meet you, Abaia. Well, friends, even if they are so-so friends of my daughter, are friends of mine. Welcome in. Lucretia, Kirano's upstairs. She's making some dinner if you would happen to stay over.
I can see the resemblance. She has her eyes.
Oh my god.
You're
Oh
just
my
gonna
god.
air from Lucretia. Well, unfortunately, I'm just here to pick up some shit. And I should probably give you a story to keep shit straight.
Well,
Uh,
certainly.
when you get a second, I'll tell you both upstairs.
Certainly. I'll go get one of the other employees is currently on break. I'll go get him. I'll meet you up there.
Alright.
And you all head up this thin, kind of rickety staircase that's set off to the back of the store, and it leads up to the second floor, the actual home for Lucretia's family. Lucretia, if you'd want to
Yes.
describe the interior of the home.
It is a very nicely kept, very, a little bit old school. Ironically, there's some wood veneered furniture. But overall, nothing too extravagant or fancy.
Lots of plants. I imagine Kirno likes to keep a lot of plants in the house. In fact, there's one of the walls of the kitchen where the stairs come into is almost entirely taken up by a vertical herb garden. You come and step into the kitchen / dining room type area, and Kirno looks over. She is another Mirrodin, this time with this very, sandy tan type fur. Her horns bend downwards and kind of start to go into kind of like a loop of sorts, but they stop about 3/4 of the way. Lucretia, it's good to see you again. I've been worried sick with everything going on. Has everything been all right? Oh, guests.
It's been fun.
Kirino washes her hands briefly. She had been clipping some of the herbs from the garden, and holds out a hand to shake. My name's Kierno, Lucretia's mother. This is to both of you.
Kind of shakes his head a little bit, having expected at least one canine-looking person.
Nope. Nope. Adopted
Nope.
parents.
I mean, I'm sure that was able to be pieced together.
Lu-
Yeah.
Lucretia is just a very funky looking but biologically married creature.
Do either of you shake the woman's hand?
I
I
suppose
just
Viz
came
will.
from a triage center where I was treating a very contagious disease. I don't think that is a good idea.
Oh dear.
Okay.
She backs away a little bit, and she.
You did not decontaminate yourself.
Of course I did, but it is better safe than sorry.
Okay. Well, now I'm a little concerned. Lucretia, darling, who are these people that you've been making friends with? I know you get in some very interesting, if not dangerous, circles, but I think this is a new one.
Brought
Lucretia
together
has
by
actually been-
unknown means.
Unknown.
Lucretia has actually been invaluable in helping out those that were infected with the crucible fever.
Really?
Quite the humanitarian streak in this one.
The layers.
I'm so proud of you, Lucretia.
Yeah.
She
Yeah, how
smiles.
dare I give you a good review? Fuck you, Lucretia.
And
Oh, fuck you.
I don't believe I got either of your names.
I am known as Viz.
Viz, good to meet you.
Abaia, it is
Abaia.
a pleasure.
Would you care to stay for dinner? I'm making some pasta.
I cannot eat that.
Oh, pity.
Unfortunately, I have shit I need to do, so I won't be able to stay. But she thinks for a moment. Could take a box to go.
I can certainly do that. She smiles. Is there anything you need from me? No, or you know where your things are.
Yeah, mainly grabbing some crap from upstairs.
She nods. And we'll start working with reinvigorated fervor on the pasta.
Lucretia will then lead everyone up to the attic room.
Oh.
The drop down stairs for the attic creak very audibly under Abaia's weight.
But you would find this must be Lucretia's room. It is fairly small, but cozy. Although you immediately get the sense that it was meant for someone younger than Lucretia. There were some some dolls, actually a couple action figures, but it looks like they haven't been moved in years.
The place itself,
And-
the room itself is kept rather clean. There's no sign of dust. You can assume Kierno keeps it clean while you're away.
But Lucretia will walk over to her bed and actually pull out a couple of, boxes.
I'm not going
Kind of
to
like
lie. Given your proclivities, I expected a race car bed.
Ha ha. But Lucretia will pull out these two crates. They're clearly from the Davari family. We're going to be taking these out of here. And one thing that Viz and Abaia might notice, or actually two things, is the attached bathroom is the door's open. And the mirror. And the mirror is broken. And it looks like there's old blood tried in it. Not a lot. But the mirror's broken. It looks like as if someone punched it. And Lucretia's bed there's only a really flat, ratty-ass pillow on it, but the covers are made and look like someone's been just sleeping on top of them. But Lucretia will pull out a little duffel bag, pack whatever clothes she has, including that really should be thrown away pillow.
All of these things have implications.
And then she'll slide one of the, kind of kick one of the crates over to the two of you. Let's get these out of here. I should sling over the duffel bag and pick up the other crate.
Very well. So where is it we are taking them?
Just to the car.
I presume the car is to transport it to somewhere else.
Well, no, you guys parked it outside. We haven't we haven't headed back to Mercy yet.
What? No, what?
She's
What
getting
is-
them out of here.
Yeah, but like he's asking where they are going in like their entirety, in their
Oh.
entire journey.
Just back to the family.
All right, random facility of the family it is. This is takes up some.
And I suppose this will also help. I imagine they're probably gonna be a little bit too heavy for one of us to carry by ourselves, so we're just gonna like team lift this. Because
The best way I
way
can-
stronger than the rest of us.
Yeah.
The best way I can describe it is it's like on one of the Pelican cases. So it has a
I have no idea what that is.
Neither do I, actually.
really rugged travel case.
It's to explain what a military case is. It's those hard
Oh.
plastic outside ones.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so
I-
picture in general for you. Like
Let
that.
me go take a look
Oh,
at it.
So when you said crate, I was expecting like an actual like heavy box, not like one
Yeah.
of these. Okay.
Yeah, most likely
no, it's
they're
a-
not. They tend to come with foam, so whatever inside's probably insulated against shock and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's well, probably not delicate, but at the very least special enough to get a special case because you can cut the foam to fit.
Yeah. But it's just some excess gear that Lucretia had laying around.
Yeah. Lucretia is able to take one of the containers by herself very easily. Both of you need to team lift it down those creaky ass stairs. And when you come back, Lorth is chatting with Kirno in the kitchen, as Kirno is putting some of the pasta in a reusable container. They look over, and they look over kind of expectantly because you asked to chat with them upstairs.
Lucretia will, step off to the side, let Viz and Abaia pass. Alright. I'm going to make sure that whatever ship I am brought up into doesn't affect you. So here's the story you'll be going with. I moved out last year, and haven't really talked to you since.
Oh dear. It's gotten that bad, huh? Kirno says.
Hopefully not. But if whoever comes looking for me comes here, that's the story.
Well, we knew that things like this might come up when we adopted you, so we'll do it. To make sure that you're safe, Lucretia. Lorth says.
What a fucked up thing to say. We always knew we'd be accessories.
Well, no, they knew that there would be a danger.
Probably not when they adopted her, but when she got involved in the family.
Yeah.
No, they just had this inkling that you were going to be a troublesome child.
I'm kind of putting my hands together now. Okay, they seem like such a nice family. And if they adopted you, why would they let you join a freaking mafia?
There's a reason.
That is not a thing you
I know,
just
right?
allow.
There's
Now,
a reason.
yeah, no, I'm expecting. I have theories. I have theories. Don't worry about that.
I have no idea what to expect, but at this point, it's like
Look.
I'm just gonna kind of go do the okay. They're just irresponsible parents route.
Absolutely not.
Look, Daddy's a very responsible and very good dad, but he has a little gambling problem and occasionally gets out of hand.
Oh no! Oh no!
Lucretia got sold to the mafia.
Nope.
Lorth,
Because I'm just saying, like, if you wanted Lucretia to be a good person, you wouldn't allow the mafia. So, like, genuinely, like, either
Lucretia's situation is a bit special
It
with
is.
the relationship to the mafia.
Mm-hmm.
there's
Alright, don't worry. Worst case scenario, we can take out the entire mafia with strategical strikes. Burke can just call in the remainder of the 76, and we can take care of it. If you're trapped, just let us know.
blink twice. Lorth puts a hand on your shoulder. Dear, whatever happens, remember we're here for you. Even if you're away from town, in danger, whatever, give us a ring. We'll put down whatever we're doing, and we'll find any way we can to help.
That shouldn't be necessary, but I'll be sure to keep in touch.
Good.
Try not to call them while they're taking care of the pet.
Pet.
But yes. You still have that burner phone I gave you guys?
Kirno nods, and, yeah, she nods. It's currently sitting inside my bedroom, yes.
Alright. If I am going to contact you, we'll be on that.
Alright. I'll keep it on me. Oh, here. I made sure to make an extra large portion. She slides over this square reusable container that is chock full of her pasta. She hand makes everything, by the way. Hand makes the pasta, hand makes the sauce. She is a fantastic cook. And sitting on the top is a two-pronged fork.
A ware of tupper filled with pasta. Noted for future recipes.
Why did you have to phrase it like that? What's...
Lucretia will, like, look at the fork and look back and just kind of give a look.
It's two-pronged. I thought you...
Still,
Oh.
I'm only
Okay.
carrying my own chopsticks.
Right. Sorry. And she'll kind of search through the silverware and hand you over this very nice pair of chopsticks.
Sorry,
I
what
did
kind
just
of
say-
pasta is this?
It's spaghetti, so you could technically eat it with chopsticks.
Should we keep Lucretia in the party? Like, eating spaghetti with chopsticks is genuinely
There
like
is a reason.
I might
I
kill
do
you on
agree.
site.
That's
There's a reason.
Like I'm carrying like the moment that came out, I was like, I'm not sure I care about Lucretia's backstory anymore. I think you might just need to have to roll a new character because I'm about to start a fight the moment I see you with that.
Oh
Burke made-
God! It's not that big of a deal. Come on.
I mean, like I will fight to the death about it. Spaghetti with chopsticks.
Lucretia has her reasons.
Chopgetti.
Well, those reasons are probably horrible ones. Jesus Christ! No, I don't care if you have to kill your own family. That's no reason to have to eat spaghetti with chopsticks.
Okay. All right.
Holy
You're fucking
shit.
unhinged.
I feel very strongly about chopsticks and spaghetti. You don't eat them together.
Apparently,
Well, you don't eat the drumstick at all. So.
This is the first time I've known you be this strong.
Well, there are a lot of other
Passionate.
time.
But-
honestly justified.
Listen, think about it. The two planks wrapping something was basically chopsticks.
Are you okay?
Oh my god.
I feel very strongly about this.
It's. Do you understand? It's very. I mean, yes, I imagine Lucretia feels very strongly about this as well. Because, I mean, I would say, at the very least, right, it's fairly obvious that the whole chopsticks thing is like one of the last remaining reminders of her old family.
I don't see it.
No
Fuck you.
justification.
And even then, if
It's
she's
not
eating
to
chopped...
do with the chopsticks. It's to do with the other implement.
Yeah.
The fork.
Yes.
Something
Okay, so
against
she got-
fork.
I'm
against metallic.
about to show her that she should be afraid of chopsticks too. Jesus Christ.
Okay, hold on. So, hold on a second. She has
Yeah.
metal chopsticks? Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's not the metal, it's specifically the fork.
Yes.
Interesting.
But
I
she'll take
cannot
the container.
tie that to anything right now, but that's interesting regardless.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting character quote. It's like, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm still gonna judge you heavily for it because if you got, it has to be a really good backstory. Because if you got stabbed by a fork and that's why you don't like them, it's like, okay, but people get stabbed with knives. And can still handle a knife. I don't. I'm just gonna let this go. I just want you to know that I just on the top right or top left of your screen, just Burke greatly disapproves the moment you take out the chopsticks to eat the spaghetti.
Oh.
Burke will remember this.
Burke will remember this. Alignment change from friend to barely begrudging respect in terms of like the relationship category.
It's like the
Begrudging
equivalent-
ally.
This is like the equivalent, like, reputational loss as making Astarion, like, give his blood to that one fucking drow.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
basically.
Yes.
You forever locked off the Burke romance route.
Let's continue.
Hey, Lucretia will take the container and the pair of chopsticks. Thanks.
Of course.
I'm gonna go get the car fixed.
When are we going to see you again? Lortha asks.
I'm not sure. I'll try to send you updates.
Alright. Just be safe out there. Remember, whatever happens, we're here. And Kirno will come in for a hug, and Lorth a few seconds after.
Lucretia would both give them, like, kind of reluctant one-arm hugs. Before starting to head downstairs to the car.
Take care, dear.
Just will bow in respect, like, alright. And then leaving.
Alright. And you load the crates into the car and head off.
Yep. To Mercy's.
Alright.
During the car ride, this is just gonna... You have a loving family.
And?
No
What do you mean, Ed?
response.
That's not. Do you think that we are leading somewhere with that?
I hope not.
You have not asked our assistance for many things thus far. I was expecting you needing to tie some loose ends up. And generally speaking, for the people of the Mafia, that tends to mean something very different.
Didn't expect me to need some grunt work done.
I was
To be honest,
expecting
no,
murder.
especially not from the weakest members of the party.
Meh.
Viz over here. I was expecting murder.
Yeah.
I am disappointed I didn't get to kill anyone.
Says the pacifist. Fuck you.
Okay.
I just
Oh,
wanted
God.
to make sure. I just wanted to get that shit out of there quickly. Who knows if anyone's actually following us?
I admit I am very curious. But also recognize it is not my place to ask.
Yeah, Lucretia doesn't even dignify a response. Just keeps driving.
All right.
You could try and ask. You might get an answer out of Lucretia, or not.
Might have to save that for later, as it were.
Listen, I do apologize. I do genuinely feel bad for you, because it's very obvious you want us to dig in, and no one in this party wants to dig into other people's backstories.
I expected this. This is exactly what I wanted.
Yes.
Okay, as long as you're sure, because it very much feels to me like you're basically trying to throw as much as possible to get people to question, and just no one in this party is going to push you about things.
Well, no, that's the fun part.
Me doing that was to get the players thinking.
I
Yeah.
feel like
What's
we're
in
already
character.
thinking.
We know each other.
You don't have to try and just like, oh man, what could Lucretia be doing? It's like we're already thinking of it. You don't have to. I mean,
I was
I'm gonna
giving
be
you
completely
hints.
honest. I'm a bit overwhelmed by the one thing, and I can't really think about anything else right now. Besides that,
Chopsticks are not that big of a deal.
they kind of
They-
done
they-
everything out for me.
What the
Okay, the
fuck?
only difference between eating ramen with chopsticks and eating spaghetti with chopsticks is it's a tomato-based sauce.
And the noodles.
And
are
that
different.
is such an important
And the
goddamn
noodles are
distinction. You
straighter.
don't. That is the distinction of which, like, okay, so eating ramen with chopsticks, normal, natural. Eating spaghetti with chopstick is a mortal sin upon which even Lucifer would hesitate to commit.
Lucifer?
Lucifer.
Lucifer.
Ah, yes.
Lucifer,
The
very
devil
well.
is a cat.
I mean, I can
That
imagine
makes sense.
I can imagine Sato being mistaken as the devil in at least one instance.
Oh,
when he's
absolutely.
visiting worlds.
You know what? Fair enough.
I mean, I've actually eaten spaghetti with chopsticks quite
You know,
a few times.
I look up.
It's not that bad.
I look upon the world and wonder how we got to that state, and then you tell me that, and now I understand why God turned away.
Okay. Okay. For God's sake, it's not that big of a deal. Holy shit. I understand the outrage against the planks. I do not understand the outrage against these chopsticks.
He
Okay, so
over
you
here.
have to,
Can we just
you have to
comment on
understand. Yeah, go on.
He also says, if I knew how to use chopsticks, I'd eat spaghetti tonight just to spite you.
Yeah.
I'd kill you. You wouldn't see tomorrow. You have to
Didn't know
understand,
you
spaghetti
felt
is
that
my
strongly.
spaghetti is my favorite food possible. I make it so goddamn well. You don't understand. I mean, I've made
If
mistakes with
you
that. I once
ever-
accidentally added 10 habaneros. But
If you
that's not
ever
important.
invite me over for spaghetti, I will bring my chopsticks.
I will not let you in the door until you leave them outside or in the car somewhere that's not. We have chopsticks. You're not allowed to use them to eat goddamn spaghetti.
Okay. Okay.
I will die on this hill. I would rather you used a spoon.
It's so much worse.
Nah, I'm with Bo on this one.
You people are weird.
Oh yeah, miss. If you mix two slightly differently sized noodles together, it's blasphemy.
Well, yeah. Different texture.
Yeah,
As opposed
That
to
is true.
eating. Yeah, it's just an implement. The implement is the vehicle that you ferry food to your fucking mouth.
Exactly.
It's not the food
Okay.
itself changing.
Okay,
different-
so the question is though,
What is this
if you had the choice, would you drive to Disneyland in a luxury vehicle with amazing AC, or would you drive in a shit box that might break down on the way?
It depends on if I have.
The vehicle is
The
also
other.
important to the whole experience, Raya.
Yeah, but how many fucking people are watching you eat spaghetti compared to pull up towards the front doors of fucking Disney World?
I mean,
There's
your
a difference.
self-respect is watching.
Okay.
Okay, we're
Okay.
done with this tangent. We have a game
Yeah.
to play.
He's just rage baiting.
We're not Twitch streaming the how to eat
Chopsticks
spaghetti.
versus forks.
Okay. Okay. So, were there questions that either Abaia or Viz wanted to ask Lucretia on the drive before the fucking spaghetti gate started?
There might have been. It has been completely overwritten by Spaghetti Gate.
God. Okay.
I'll give you a
Anyways.
hint of what Lucretia's reply would have been to any question.
No.
Eh. That's
No,
it. She just
Fighting,
not respond.
fighting here.
Anyway.
Okay. You pull up to Mercy's, and when you come into Mercy's, Mercy is actually working on a different car. Thankfully, there's a second garage. This one appears to be just some random person from the public's vehicle. They slide out from underneath it. Hey, good to see you. How's everything been? Is the car working all right?
Eh,
The wheel bearing fell out. The entire axle came with it.
Jeez, really? I'm surprised you were able to get it back here. Mercy.
It didn't destroy anything.
Good. Mercy gets up from from underneath the car. They have quite a bit of oil stains on them. Apparently, this car is having a few issues with that. But they take a look over what everything is going on and kind of peer through the hubcap. Ooh, yeah, that's going to take a bit of work. I guess I'm going to be up late.
I appreciate it.
Of course. How have the rest of you been? Mercy says, specifically looking at Viz while saying this.
There have been plenty of developments.
Really? Like?
We have obtained experimental technology from Celeral to aid in our Sungate heist.
Ooh. Really? What sort of experimentals? I can... spill the secrets. Viz not Viz, Jesus. Mercy says, closing the garage doors so that nobody's listening in.
Okay, we'll just shoot anyone who was. It operates by scanning a person's visage and then projecting it as a hologram over top the wearer.
Really? Ooh.
It is low grade and expendable, however, it should last at least 3 hours.
Really? Listen, if you end up not having to use... If one of them doesn't get fully expended, bring it to me. I'd love to take it apart, take a look at it.
This will nod.
Apart from that, everything else has been alright?
For the most part. The Aether Storm was disruptive. However, we did make it back safely. Even if we did have to take a roundabout way, leading to... and then gesturing to the wheel.
Ah, right. Didn't get caught out in the rain, did you?
No.
Alright. Well, I can get to work on this. Also, by the way, if you were wondering, yeah, the military did swing by. Cover story worked.
This will not. And, Do you think the Viz might be able to assist in some capacity? Assist Mercy to maybe speed things along?
Probably.
You know what? Let's do that then. And I think during that, Viz is also going to basically sort of recount more or less like what we've been thinking about with Eclipse.
Okay.
I'm just trying to speed that along because we've said that like a couple times now.
Yeah.
Don't spend too much time here, so.
Mercy can definitely get you, like, people's opinions. They have their thumb on the pulse of the city, as it were. And definitely know ways to try to tune things towards your plans. But for the actual broadcast itself, you are still going to have to go with your original plan on that.
Yeah,
But
I thought so.
they like the idea.
Good. So we have Mercy's blessing. Anything that Mercy would try to like bring up and like suggestions or anything like that?
That's a good question. They would give you a couple of bits and bobs of circuitry that could be used to plug into a broadcast station to actually use as like a voice modulator.
Oh, perfect.
But apart from that, I don't really think so. They say that if they come up with ideas, they'll either call you or text you later.
Alrighty.
But
Sounds good.
yeah, you'll probably be there for a decent chunk of the night, which means you probably won't be at Lucretia's meeting, but unless you want to be.
I mean, I would want to be. I was hoping to speed this along so that we can
Okay.
actually drive there.
Lucretia was planning on walking
Yeah.
there anyway.
It's in the
Really?
industrial sector, so it's not too
Okay.
far.
It's like
It-
over there.
Yeah, it's just on the other side of the wall.
Gotcha. Okay.
I-
Then in that case, probably fine.
Yeah.
I think it would be pertinent if we did stay together.
Yeah. You can at least help for the start, and then then you're eventually able to set off and walk through the industrial sector.
Alrighty.
The buddy system.
So, the industrial sector, as the sun begins to set, is quiet. Most of the various factories, refineries, that sort of thing, have all since shut down for the day. But once you pass through the main gates into the wall, things are a little bit more populated. This part of the industrial sector is it is more like workshops and fancy, like a higher class. Things that are like words. I'm struggling with words. Give me a minute. Heading into this section, this part of the district is a little bit more active at this hour. There's workshops for those that can afford it. There are places that make things that are more for luxuries and the like. Like, for example, there is a really fancy furniture factory here. Stuff like that. And what's most notable is because it starts to blend into the more typical populous-like areas, is the fact that you'll get a couple of normal businesses interspersed between the various workshops and manufactories and the like. This includes the Wall Bar and Grill. The wall itself is actually not there. It is right down there. It stands on an interesting little corner street, which faces the wall on one side, and also faces the ocean on the other side. It's got tables on the roof, and it's generally a rather nice place. It's the nicest place to eat, and one of the nicest places to eat in this part of town. But it's also still a bar, so it gets a variety of people. But what it's most notable for is picking up various travelers, mercenaries, that sort of thing, because many of them will be coming from the road, which passes not very far away from here. So they'll come in, have some nice food at the wall, and then head further into town to get their business done. You can assume that's what your meeting is for. However, there's an interesting little tidbit that you may not have thought about. You're not sure who you're meeting with.
Yeah. I did think about that.
Yeah. So what do? The wall stands in front of you three. It has this very like fanciful neon sign that just says the wall, and it has somebody literally facing a wall in neon, like a brick wall. So you just see this like Mirrodin's back, but
Nice.
yeah. But generally, it's this very like it's pretty populated. You can hear some activities, some various music, all sorts of things going on.
Before we go in, would you like to formulate a plan?
I was just gonna grab a seat and keep an eye on the door.
Would you like us to stay with you, or to be disconnected from you and watch from afar?
Grab the booth right next to me. So basically, sit a booth away.
Smart.
So you could
It does
probably
appear to
still
be-
listen in.
It does appear to be somewhat busy. However, we will do so if there is space. Would you like us to stagger our entrance?
Up to you. And Lucretia will just walk in.
All right. Lucretia, you head in first. The wall is bustling. It's busy. You see all sorts of people here. In fact, this is the first time you encounter another person who's wearing power armor. This one looking like some adventurer who just came in from out of town. The power armor is pretty dinged up and is painted in these vibrant reds, almost looking like fire. It's a Mirrodin with the helmet off, currently enjoying enjoying what looks to be a large steak of some sort, chatting with a few other really rough and tumble folks. And in fact, you see a lot of rough and tumble folks. There's some industrial workers over there. There's a group of soldiers over there. Oh, there's some soldiers here. Uh-oh. There is another group of travelers over there. There's even a couple of Trascal sitting in one corner, dressed up in what appears to be the attire of like some sort of security guard of some sort. Genuinely pretty rough and tumble folks. Roll me a notice. This will just be a flat notice roll. Because your contact... Oh, Jesus, 11. As you're looking around, you notice somebody. Sitting in one of the booths, quietly, is a individual clad in... give me a moment to actually look at his token so I can describe it properly. Clad in what appears to... Oh, jeez. What appears to be a large, like, black coat with a hood flipped over his head. Probably an Ares. It's a little hard to tell under the clothes, but you notice a few things distinct. But they have certain cybernetic augments, like their hand is mechanical, at least the one that you can see. There's some stuff attached to their inner ear. Their face is covered with a visor that glows with digital eyes. But what's most notable? Their snout is robotic. It's the same model, more or less, as yours. They tap their fingers on the booth, sipping from a large flagon of some sort of drink, and occasionally taking a bite of their meal. You can assume, considering that you've literally never seen somebody with similar cybernetics to yours, that this is your contact. Yes, Problem is, there's not an open booth nearby. There is an open table a little bit of a distance away, but yeah.
Lucretia will walk over and just slide into the booth. You couldn't stick out more if you fucking wanted to.
And this, the token's a little...
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's
Whoa.
menacing. This guy has these glowy eyes, only partially hidden by the hood. There, you get an idea that the reason he came to the wall is because of the fact that while he does stand out, he stands out a lot less here. Getting closer, you realize that there's a good chunk of this guy is cybernetic. He looks up. Ah, Lucretia, right? It's good to see you. I guess the info was true. Underneath that paint, I can recognize... Yeah, I can recognize that he was... The guy stops himself for a moment, and he kind of fiddles with a few mechanics in his ear. He clicks something, and you hear a gentle beep. I'm just going to switch that off. And he holds out a hand. The hand itself is mechanical. It is sharp and clad in this red and silver pattern, very akin to the snout, very akin to your parts, in fact. Name's Ludano.
You don't mind.
Yes. Well, when you popped up on the news, I came running. Or at least, I was sent here. Listen, you're in grave danger. Tell me, where did you get those cybernetics?
Why does that matter?
Udano leans forward, and is interrupted by a waiter approaching. Could I get you anything to eat or drink, ma'am?
A pint, please.
Of course. And the waiter will step away. Those are special. Listen, the only reason I'm able to talk freely is because we are so far away from headquarters that they can't listen in, at least not properly.
Headquarters.
What was the question?
What headquarters?
Give me one moment. To reference the name. The headquarters of Steel Zenith in the city of Sagarius. You've heard of Sagarius. Sagarius is one of, if not the largest city in Ostia. It is a metropolis in its own right, to the north, it's on its own island by itself. What it's also notable is, another notable fact about it is that, remember how I mentioned that Crucible Bay is one of the most corrupted places? Sagarius is the most corporate corrupted place.
Ah. I see.
Yes. Have you heard of Steel Zenith? Just need to know how much I need to tell you. Feel free to roll me like a common knowledge roll for that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh my
14.
god!
That's a 14. Okay, so you have heard of Steel Zenith. Steel Zenith is a corporation that focuses almost explicitly on cybernetics. They are top of the line. In fact, you've probably looked at some of their cybernetics before in like a catalog or something like that. What's most notable is because you got multiple raises on this, it was going to be a -2, but no, you just pull a fucking 14. What's most notable is that they are aggressive. they are in constantly in multiple conflicts with other corporations to control salvaging points for old war, for like materials from old war megastructures, for like iron and aluminum and all that jazz. But they're also fighting in other areas too for just general control. They are known as a danger to even other corporations. But what Ludano explains, you have not heard of. What do you tell Ludano that you, by the way, of what you
I know they're cybernetics company, and they're trying to more or less enforce their own corpo state.
Oh, that's the CEO for you. Tell me, did you know that you're using Steel Zenith tech?
I did not.
That's why I'm
I wasn't
asking where
exactly
you got it from.
conscious when I received it.
Really? Okay. He leans in, and as he's trying to lean in again, the waiter comes back with the pint. He lets out an audible groan, because this keeps seeming to happen whenever he leans in to speak. But the waiter hands you your pint. Anything else, ma'am?
That's all right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And,
It takes a long drink.
also, yes, Viz, Abaia, you could have walked in and gotten a seat in one of the tables that's somewhat nearby. If you want to order some food or a drink, despite, you being you, feel free.
Yeah. I would have imagined they might have heard I wasn't exactly conscious.
Ah,
But that's just me.
tell me that story. If
Not
you...
a chance.
It's important. Listen, that's not a public market, cybernetic. Steel Zenith, it has enforcers. I'm one of those enforcers. The Hounds, as we're called. We're sent in usually as the frontal force for most of these things. For most of the offenses, most of the attacks, that sort of thing. Most of them are heavily controlled, both physically and neurally. I'd be under surveillance and control right now if it wasn't for the fact that I'm well away from that range. How you ended up...
I'm some enforcer gone rogue.
No, goodness not. You're not fully changed. He holds up both of his hands. They're both cybernetic. Each hound is, well, probably only about 30 to 40% flesh by the time that they're fully changed. If that. I don't even have my normal eyes anymore. He taps the visor and the 5 glowing eyes flicker. It's something different. That's why I need to know. Because with you being shown on the news, Steel Zenith knows that you're out here. It's put a target on you.
And why would they care about me?
Simple. The Hound tech. It's, as mentioned, it's not available in the market. In fact, it should never escape to anything outside of Steel Zenith's headquarters. It being out there it shows that their most hidden technology, the most controlled technology, is loose. And they, of course, are going to want to keep their secrets secret. Now, this would mean either by killing you and taking the parts off of you, or turning you into one of the Hounds yourself. I would rather you don't suffer that fate.
Lucretia will groan, kind of look off to the side. Look, the way I got it was I was participating in a fight. For money.
Mm-hmm.
someone else, let's just simply say, cheated, and I needed replacements.
Right. Where did you get these replacements?
From the host of the said fight. As you could probably figure, fighting for money isn't exactly legal.
Listen, I don't work on the legal fronts either. It's not like I'm going to report you to anybody. I just need to know who this host is.
I'm sure you have information about certain organizations, or legal ones that don't, or that operate here. You could put it together.
He takes out he actually slides up one of his sleeves. The arm itself is this, well, it is a masterpiece of cybernetics. It is easily the most, like, well-maintained, well-designed piece of cybernetic work that you have ever seen. And on it is basically a personal communicator built into the arm. He searches through. Let's see. There's several crime families, but the most important and active is the Devaris. Were they the hosts? Was that a yes?
Perhaps.
Listen. I'm trying to save your life here.
Yes, and we're in public.
Would you rather
I
we
might
step
be
away?
crazy. Good job, Viz.
He eats the glass and drinks the burger, yes.
We can stay here. It's just... I'm going to be vague.
Fine. And he nods, and out of his arm, a piece, like a wire, slides out. It's got kind of like a 9-pin prong on the end. Normally, when those cybernetics are put in, there's a central system that replaces the heart. Do you have that? I should be able to jack into it directly, allow us to communicate through it.
She would nod, but just kind of like, look, I'm not gonna let you jack into my heart.
He sighs. Fine. Either way,
I don't know you, and I'm not gonna trust you.
I don't blame you. I just don't want to see another young life get ruined by this damnable force. It's not like I ever wanted to be here in the first place. But please, if you can, get rid of those cybernetics. Find a replacement. Whatever it takes. I know that those give you special powers, special abilities, but having that in you is going to make you a target. The only reason that that we're speaking here now is because I still have some measure of independence compared to many of the other hounds that have been too drugged up and altered by drugs. Well, fuck, hang on. That have been too drugged up and altered by brain surgeries to actually care for their independence. I was one of the earlier ones, one of the last ones still around from that gen. Whatever happens, please, find a way to remove it. Otherwise, the hounds are going to keep hunting you down. You're going to have them banging at your door. You'll be lucky if they kidnap you. Because either they're going to hunt you down and rip you apart and tear the cybernetics out
in a bloody feast, or they'll capture you because they see you as a potential packmate. Either or.
Seemingly as you care so much. I'm sure you could probably give me a message if they start hunting me down properly.
I'll try. I've heard that they're going to be increasing the range of some of the signals. I may not be able to, but I may not be able to send out a signal with at least 2 close to when they attack, but I can give you an idea at least. I'll text you if any come close. Right now, I'm the only one in town, but others will be coming. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Hounds 26 and 27 will be in town as soon as tomorrow. They are fearsome. As you can tell, as you can tell, we're kind of built for this. We can easily outpace a car just by sprinting on all fours.
What's your approximate speed?
We could reach about 70 miles an hour. Somewhere faster.
Car my ass.
I did hear you were quite a good driver. If anything, that might be one of your saving graces. As much as they are packmates, he says with a little bit of a grimace. It's obvious that something in him forced him to say it like that. Do whatever you have to get rid of them. Ram them off of the road, shoot them down, whatever.
Lucretia seemingly gets an idea, smirks a little, and doesn't say anything.
You're a planner, aren't you? I can see it I can see it. In those eyes of yours. You're plotting something.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Good. But alright. I'm gonna have to do some investigations.
Just stay out of my way. As she finishes off her glass and stands up.
He nods. I'll cover the bill, don't worry.
Good, I was gonna pay it anyway. And she just turns and leaves.
Oh.
And Ludano watches as you leave, his 5 digital eyes glittering underneath the darkness of his hood before you step away. So now you know about the Steel Zenith Hounds. A danger that I wasn't going to introduce till later, but because you got your fucking face put on the news, I had to introduce them earlier. I'm gonna go fill my water, I'll BRB.
Alright. Interesting.
I know it's kind of the intent, but also, wow, Lucretia's just a dick.
Yeah, that's the point.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So, do you all reconvene outside of the wall?
I mean, yeah, Lucretia's waiting out there. She's like quarter of a block away.
Yep.
Lighting a cigarette, of course.
Probably leaning
Yeah.
up against the wall itself. There's a sidewalk that runs along it, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's probably fine. I
Alright.
don't really have much to say at the moment, but Yeah, at least reconvening so that we're all safe.
Yep. Then probably just head back to Mercy's.
All right. And of course, nobody talks about the story element.
That's reserved for the players.
Not yet. Yeah, not yet though. I mean, come on, we just came out of there and we're still ruminating. We have to get to a safe space before we
suppose that's
talk
fair.
about this shit. Come on now.
Yep. You all head back to Mercy's, and you'll have to enter through the side door, but you're able to step in just fine. Mercy currently has the axle out the front axle out of the car and is checking it, actively working on it with a welding unit. Due to Mercy's specialized goggles, they don't need anything extra. They just kind of work on it, and they switch off the welder when you step in. Welcome back. So, what did you all head out for?
What do you know of Steel Zenith?
Steel Zenith. Mercy puts the welding tool off to the side. They're one of the leaders in cybernetic tech. I've been able to catch a few of their parts here and there, but it's usually some of the more budget stuff. Their specialized tech is rare, to say the least.
Lucretia smirks and taps her muzzle.
Huh?
Apparently.
Really? Didn't... Huh.
So, do you know about their hounds?
Hounds? No.
Yeah.
What do they do?
Apparently corporate operatives.
Really? I was half expecting you to say, oh, they modify their pet dogs, but... No, I haven't heard a lick about that.
Interesting. Well... I was hoping you might know more.
Do you guys
Seems
think
they're
that the
after
hounds...
me.
Oh, do you guys think that the hounds are all Aries? Just so that, things stay on brand?
I mean, if it's a megacorp, they're likely going to stay on brand. It's for their image.
Oh yeah. The image of the hounds that most people don't know about.
Yeah, exactly.
Just saying.
I mean,
Because-
you never know.
If Mercy doesn't know about these, they are
Can you imagine
hidden.
though? Like that one scrit hound just comes running out like a chihuahua.
Lucretia would just, hunt that one.
Yeah, to give you an idea, from the time you were able to speak with Ludano, these things are the hounds are going to be armed to the teeth. Quite literally. Those cybernetics could easily have multiple weapons all throughout. Those claws looked like they might actually be molecular edge. It's a little concerning. But this is also you. So, who knows? If there's... So you're saying these are enforcers of some sort? Must be really special, secretive stuff.
Indeed. Looks like I have another conversation to go have.
Really?
Well, if it is so secret, how did your Don end up with it to go and cram it onto you? And why would he choose you of all people after a fight simply because somebody cheated? Surely he had other options.
That's what I'll have to fucking ask him.
So, When did you get those parts swapped out? If I'm like, how long ago was it?
About a year.
That was you remember how the Dawn swapped over from Asterio's father to Asterio around about a year ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, your swap happened before Asterio came around. So,
Oh, it was the old boss.
yeah, it was the old boss. It was one.
I mean,
The swap.
his kid might well
yeah,
know
his
something.
kid might know something, but it was the old boss that was the one that commanded that. At least you would assume so.
Yeah.
But Asterio himself might know something.
We'll have to see.
Indeed. Mysteries abound.
Mm-hmm.
What's Burke doing right now?
Polishing his piston rods, I assume.
Burke probably made sure to just do like proper maintenance on his armor, and then is now currently studying battle tactics.
All right.
Nerd.
Yeah, call me nerd all you want, but once I eventually gain the ability to give us random cards during a fight, you know, then we'll have a great time.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
It's
once we actually have a
decided
fight where we know the rules, would also
Yeah.
be a
Yeah,
great
sure. We'll
fight.
also have a great time then.
But okay. Do you guys all head back then?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, she would just, or Lucretia would probably wait around until the car is fixed and then drive that back.
Yeah. It'll take another like 2 hours or so. So you guys can all hang out, probably watch some late night TV upstairs, all that jazz.
Lucretia will eat her pasta
Yeah.
with her chopsticks.
I'm gonna be honest. I was tempted to just leave and wait to see if someone just yanked me back.
I knew that I was gonna get a rise out of you.
And a rage baiter.
Okay. So late night. It's probably about midnight. No, actually, no. It's probably about 11. You all, the rest of you, head back over to the hotel.
Yeah.
Okay. When we get to the hotel, Viz is going to, so I know this was, we didn't actually talk about this, but again, it's kind of hand wavy thing.
Mm-hmm.
The burger was for Burke.
Oh. So you got the burger to go?
The Burke?
Yeah.
The burger.
Because like in a to-go box or whatever, right? And I just like leave it at Burke's door and knock on the door and then leave.
That's cute.
I mean, Burke will definitely eat it. Listen, Burke can still enjoy food plenty nice.
Especially this extra triple deluxe burger.
It's got like 4 slices of cheese. Okay.
Now, I don't know what Burke likes. I'll just get him a big everything.
So, what do you guys do when you get back? Do you head to bed? What do you want to do?
I think if it's that late, the Dawn wouldn't be at the hotel. He'd probably be at home.
Yes.
So she'll have to talk to him in the morning.
Abaia is going to leave in the night,
No.
No?
and he's going to head up into the slums.
Oh.
All right. Abaia's doing a little bit of
In
venture.
particular, he's going to his old clinic.
All right. Heading out alone. This should be interesting. So, Abaia. Abaia. I'm gonna drop you onto the map just because you're over here. Bonk. Actually, no, it's probably a little bit further up. Probably like there. Abaia. It's late at night. You catch a late night taxi. And you head up to the clinic. It's currently closed. After all, it's late. It's probably about midnight once you arrive. What do you do?
Abaia is going to start searching around where he saw that figure once upon a time. It was like in the light of a noodle shop or something, if I remember right.
Yep, it was a storefront's light.
He's going to start
What are you looking for?
looking around there, looking for that emblazoned symbol, and seeing if there's any like quick access points, like if there's sewer grates, anything like that around.
Give me a notice. It's going to be at a -4. Actually, make that a -2, and raise 20.
Okay.
20. Okay.
20.
Jesus.
No big deal.
Fucking hell! Talk about a goddamn popping off. Jesus.
Abaia is dedicated to this.
Yes, I can tell. Oh my goodness. Okay. Abaia, you start searching through the darkness, and it takes you a little bit, but you do find in an alleyway the etching of the carrier's mask. It's light put into the sidewalk, and it's already a little bit worn down, but you do see it. And a short distance away, you have two options. One is the side door for one of the local buildings. The other one does appear to be a sewer grate.
No, their propensity for disease, Abaia's going to head over to the sewer grate, and he's going to open it.
All right. Are you strong enough to lift a fucking grate? Those things are really heavy.
He might struggle a little bit.
Roll me a strength. Just, actually athletics.
0 and 1.
You can't get the grate off.
to come along.
Yeah, you could, but it's a little late now.
Abaia just kind of jerks and grunts on it and mutters underneath his breath. And then he's going to get his toolkit, and he's going to see if he has anything that he could use to like give him leverage.
Oh my god, Azzy. Benny at ring-a-ding-ding.
I'm not going to use a Benny on something that I'm rolling with a D4 -2.
I mean, it was athletics, but,
Oh, that's why it would be -2.
yeah. You kind of you kind of look through some of your tools, and, what exactly sort of toolkit are you carrying around? Is it just like a repair tools, that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's repair tools. So things like a tire iron, anything like that would work.
Yeah, I would okay, maybe not a tire iron. As said, you aren't,
Most tire irons also have like a flat like pry side, so that they can remove like the rim and the like.
Well, I'm also saying that because you remember you said that you weren't specifically good at cars. You just
That's
happen
true.
to
I
know
do have
things.
mostly cybernetic repair.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have anything like a tire iron on you.
He stole it from Lucretia's car, which he would probably beat the shit out of you if you did.
You kind of search through some of your tools, and you don't find very much of anything. But roll me a notice again. Just to see if you can find something locally. Nope.
That one I actually use a Benny on.
All right. Okay, 13 out of 7. What is with these fucking notice rolls? You realize that none of your tools are really going to be useful on prying open a fucking, prying this open. However, searching around some of the nearby buildings, you do manage to find, tossed into a dumpster nearby is this rusted old, you know what, I'm just gonna give you a fucking crowbar. You just find this rusted old crowbar that looks like you might be able to get one job out of it before it snaps.
Perfect. This is its one job. It was made for this.
Yep. And, roll me a strength with, sorry, athletics with a +2.
6.
6, good enough. You are able to just move it out of the way enough to get the manhole cover open. The sewers await.
Abaia looks around quickly to make sure that nothing else is going to jump at him, and then he leaps down in.
Good. Do you close it
And
behind
he
you?
is going to finally use that really expensive, really heavy flashlight. And no, he won't close it behind him because then he might struggle to reopen it.
Smart. You switch your flashlight
I have trapped
on.
myself with the sewer. Somebody help.
You switch your flashlight on.
There are these turtles down here offering me things.
They have pizza!
They're demanding pizza.
You switch your flashlight on, and the sewer itself has this kind of greenish, brackish water running by. The sewer has one walkway along one side, and the walls are built out of this old brick. Occasionally you can see some wires running along the top, probably for, like, just general electrical wires, that sort of thing. You start heading down the sewers. Investigating through the sewers, how long are you going to, like, search? Are you looking for more markings?
Yes, he's looking for any sign of where they, this cult that he suspects might actually have a center of operations, so to speak. A place for the people that are infected, because they would be quite obvious to hide.
Alright. Another notice, then. This will be the last notice for this. Well, it was at a -2, so good enough. You, as you're going through, it takes a little while, close to an hour to find something, to find a marking. But you do eventually find it. Scratches carved into certain corners that looks like they might have been carved from from like claws raking across it or something like that. You think this is as good of a lead as any, and hey, you're right. As you start to head down, you start to follow where the scratches are, and it leads you to a side passage. This appears to be some sort of, like, electrical room, where there's a set of stairs that, behind a large door, like a large, like, pressurized door that looks like it might lead further down. The door itself, looks like it has been used recently. Do you open it? This might be loud.
Well, Abaia came this far, he's going to open it. He needs to be sure.
It opens with a and beyond lies a set of stairs lit with dim bulbs that flicker in the darkness. Let me switch the music. Oh, music, just ambiance. Let's do... We'll use this. I think this will work. You head down these old steps, and inside you find what appears to be an old electrical room, but it's also attached to what appears to be something even older, what appears to be an old railway line. This line might have been like an attempt for like a subway line in the area. It's a little bit too close to the surface for something Old War. But there is a visible mark on the wall pointing towards one direction down the tunnel.
following the tunnel, these tunnels here are wet, dripping. Etheric growth blossoms throughout the walls. Parts of the walls have since collapsed due to said growth. And there's certain areas where you have to kind of like circumvent trees that have tried to grow into the fucking roof. But eventually, you see it. In the distance, there's two figures speaking over what appears to be a small, over a lantern and a small fire that seems to be cooking something. These figures are clad in these thick, heavy, raggedy robes. One has this metal staff with twisted bits of what appears to be something vaguely organic twisted around the tip of it. They haven't noticed you. They're about 50 feet ahead, and there's various bits of overgrowth and plants between you and them. What do you do?
Abaia's going to pause here and see if he can listen in, see if they're doing anything or discussing anything sensitive, or if they're just lookouts.
These appear to just be two of them just discussing things. You hear them discussing how the plague has been spreading. How they have already found one to bless. That Skrit should be a perfect member. Another one to accept the gifts of the carrier. But beyond that, the discussions are rather mundane, surprisingly, broken intermittently by like coughs. It just seems to be these two. Because in fact, behind them, you can see that there's a variety of... there's like a handful of cots off to one side. And you do notice in the darkness that there's a third raggedy individual sleeping there. But apart from these three, you don't see anybody else. The tunnel itself has actually fully collapsed a short distance past. It's a dead end.
Alright, well, at the very least, Abaia has found where they're staying. At least this small group.
Mm-hmm.
So, he will now beat a hasty retreat.
All right.
He has something to report to his friends and organize a strike.
All right. As you're heading back, you start heading towards the stairs. You start heading towards that electrical room that'll lead back up into the sewers. And you hear footsteps coming from the stairs above. Do you attempt to hide?
Where would I hide?
Plenty of plants and overgrowth.
Yeah, he'll do his best.
Roll me a
He's
stealth.
not particularly good at it.
-2. Uh-oh. That's a 0 out of 2.
Yeah, no.
Do you end up any of that?
No.
Alright. You duck into some of the bushes, and you see another one of the ragged figures coming down the stairs. This one, you recognize it. It's the one that was in the cameras. Let me put it on screen so that others can see it. I don't have a framed version of it, so I will just drop the image. It's going to be huge. Oh god, hang on. Let me fix
He's
that.
taking over the city.
Oh, well, that's lovely. That's a lovely visage.
It's a horrifying
Don't be
creature.
Don't be rude. Listen, just because he's been a bit busy and hasn't showered in a few days doesn't mean that a Redditor's any less of a person than us.
Wow! Wow!
Wow.
This thing is hunched over. It leans on this twisted staff of wood and broken metal that has been warped into something damn near unrecognizable.
while it originally was a Mirrodin, you see that it has its hooves have turned into these twisted claws. Its proportions are not like a Mirrodin. Its neck is way too long. Its body is misshapen. As it comes down the steps, it stops at the edge of it stops at the edge from when you would have to step down into the tunnel itself. And while its eyes, if it still has them, you can't see them, but you can feel that they're looking at you, Abaia. Heretic, why have you come?
I'm not going to lie, when I first saw you, I expected a much different voice. But I suppose that this disease isn't particularly kind of the vocal cords.
It nods. There are many things that must be sacrificed for the carrier's blessing. It steps down into the tunnel, its staff clacking onto the packed dirt and broken tiles.
Including your mortality, all of your morality, and everything else, apparently. Abaia says as he steps out of the plants, and he actually has something in one hand. Not the taser that he used before, but a very large, gleaming revolver.
Ah, interesting. The shaman.
He's a pacifist with exceptions.
Yes.
Yes.
The shaman looks to it and seems to recognize it. I am no fae.
No, but you are so corrupted by one that you may as well be.
Perhaps. Why have you come? Have you come to repent?
I came to see for myself the level of damage that this thing has left behind without even gracing us with its presence. Surely it isn't so weak these days that it can't fight its own battles.
Oh, hardly. It has other places to be. We were simply recruiting. We found a few. That's great that you saw. She will make quite a member. The gift is already working through her.
And do you think that she will take it up when you have taken her entire family from her? Your recruitment technique needs work.
Perhaps. The family was a mistake. I can admit that.
A mistake is burning your food in the morning. Claiming lives is more than a simple mistake. If anything, the biggest mistake here is the fact that you survived your encounter.
The carrier has given me many blessings. I have duties to do, heretic. You would be wise to not use that antiquated firearm. Our job is almost done here. We will have recruits. And the plague, this fever, will run its course.
Abaia doesn't say anything.
It takes a slow step forward.
We have other duties to do, other plans. You are always welcome to repent, heretic. The gift swarms through your bloodstream. You are lucky it hasn't changed you enough to break you from that suit. But perhaps that is simply because of your situation.
It waves a hand. The fingers tipped with these twisted, malformed claws that practically seep plague.
I do not want to fight.
If you do not want to fight, you have picked the wrong religion.
You get a feeling that it raises an eyebrow.
I did not pick it. The carrier picked me. Showed
And you
me
think
its
that makes you
limits.
subservient to it? You think it didn't try to choose me in turn? The only difference is you rolled over upon seeing it.
Its free hand thumbs the blood-stained necklace of the carrier's mask. Perhaps. But who is to say that I do not have my own plans, heretic?
Yes, well, whatever they are, they seem to involve spreading something that I cannot allow.
It will be done soon. Our business in this city, this nest of depravity, is nearly complete. You are working with our plans, whether you like it or not. Its head turns to focus on you. You know as well as I that the magic that I possess could rip you apart.
If your master couldn't do it, I invite you to try.
Has it occurred to you that my master never wanted to?
Well, I suppose that only proves one thing, and that your master can make mistakes too.
Perhaps, perhaps. If you intend to leave this place alive, heretic, do not fire that gun. We outnumber you 4-1.
And at this point, you realize that the other figures have been approaching from behind. They are standing about 50 feet away, each one of them crackling lightly with this deep, putrescent green magic.
Consider it a gift that we allow you to leave this day.
How generous.
And it will walk by, staff clacking on the ground. Do you say anything more to it?
Abaia watches him pass by. As he does, he actually thumbs back the hammer of the revolver, and his hand is visibly trembling with just the urge to lift it up and at the very least take his shot. But he lets him pass nonetheless.
I know you couldn't fire that anyways. Good day, heretic. We will see each other again.
And they continue to walk
He
off
just heads
into the
upstairs.
darkness. Yep. And you will be able to return. You will be able to leave the sewers unabated.
The revolver is returned to its stash, and he will head back home.
All
Quote
right.
unquote home.
Yeah. The hotel. More story. Woo.
Yeah.
Okay, I will say, I really like the detail of the revolver gleaming, because that has implication. I imagine it's not a new gun by any purchase. He's probably had it on him for a long time, but it shines because he also hasn't used it, because it makes me think of the whole one bullet save for someone in particular type deal.
Mhm.
So that's actually referring to three things. One, he maintains it weekly. Two, it's actually bound with etheric energy. That's why it's so effective against Fae. And three, yes, he hasn't used it.
And the shaman did call it an antiquated firearm. But either way,
I mean, I'm assuming that's just referring to the fact that, I suppose that's the question of the age of it. Because, like, is it the same type that Burke has, for example? I
not
imagine
quite.
probably not.
No.
Like, obviously, it's special in another way. Well, Burke's is just, a very old revolver.
His is actually higher AP than yours.
Oh my god.
Smile.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Plus-
if Abaia was to fire it, he may struggle to keep it steady.
Oh, he 1000% would.
Yeah.
God, freaking Abaia carry out a revolver with a higher caliber than Burke carries. Jesus Christ.
It also depends on what it's being used on, but we'll see if that ever comes up.
Yeah.
Either way, you return probably at like 4 in the fucking morning. I'm surprised you were able to find such a late night taxi, but you do find one.
Sleepy bitch.
Yep.
Sleepy bitch.
And you all, and you return to the hotel for some late night snoozes.
Well, if they've repaired the tram, you'll actually take that.
The tram doesn't run late night.
What?
We were on the midnight train.
Oh yeah,
that
the,
was,
the
like,
midnight
last
train.
stop.
Yeah, the midnight train was the last train.
Yeah, it was. It
Racist
was in
against
fact.
overnight workers.
Well, yes, it is. Society in general is very anti-overnight workers. I mean,
Yep.
we know this already.
Mhm.
It's tragic
It is.
because overnight jobs are like the best, but society hates us.
Either way, you are still able to make it back to the hotel. I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to go do that. I will BRB, and then
Alrighty.
we will start in the morning when I return.
Uh-huh.
And I have another thing for Lucretia.
Oh, good. Okay, but for real though, just because this is a topical, topic, for real though, I hate how most fast food places nowadays, say for example, even Taco Bell, McDonald's being a very classic example of this. You know how they all have, generally speaking, a breakfast menu where they only serve a specific set of food before a certain time. So for example, it's like 10:30 for McDonald's. But people love the stuff from the breakfast menu so much that they started saying, okay, you know what, we're going to do breakfast all day. We're always going to serve breakfast menu items. But the lunch and dinner items are still, they only are available from 10:30 onward. So
Yeah,
if
I
if
hate
you are
that.
getting home from work at 6 a.m. or something like that, and there's a McDonald's that just opened, you only have breakfast options as opposed to lunch and dinner stuff. I mean, this is not just McDonald's, right? But this is also every other fast food place known to fucking mankind right now. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate it so much. Yes, this is a sore topic for me because I've lived this experience pretty much my entire fucking life. Not to mention when I, work the fucking overnight shifts at frickin' jobs and stuff like that, right? Coming home at ungodly hours, it's peaceful. It's nice. The streets are barren and it's so quiet, but can't do shit because either all the fast food places are closed, or they're selling fucking breakfast menu items because that's all they fucking sell. It's bullshit.
I like that you're so impassioned about this, and yes, I agree.
I can only imagine that you would agree. You live that experience every day as well.
That is very true, yes.
If you want to get a treat, you can't! Unless you want it to be fucking shitty breakfast menu items with like sausage and biscuit and egg. What if
Actually,
it's just...
I am very lucky that there is a Jack in the Box right next to my work, and they're
Oh, they
open
have that.
24 hours, and they serve
Oh,
breakfast, lunch,
God.
and dinner all day.
That would be nice.
I'll be honest, I have no idea why people are so hyped for breakfast items instead of the normal stuff.
For real!
It's like, it's like, whenever I take Joe to the airport, for example, it's like, oh my god, let me just stop at this Burger King. It's like, oh, it's all breakfast items. I check the time, oh, it's gonna stay breakfast items for a while. I don't have time for this. I guess I'll get free and I go home, it's like, man, I could be having, actually good food instead of the breakfast items.
For real.
Anyways, I'm back. Hello.
Hi! Good timing.
So we've been discussing things, and Viz and Abaia have worked together to engineer an anti-fey AA gun.
God.
You have no idea how close that is to actually like happening.
I'm just imagining Abaia's like, I'm usually a pacifist, but I'll make an exception for this, and then just cranking a wheel to just fire the machine gun into the air, flak shards making it impossible to fly.
So I'm pretty sure that like, generally speaking, and like this is kind of just a player postulating here, but like Abaia's pacifism and how that coincides with what people are. If he doesn't consider Fae people, then the pacifism trait doesn't actually matter, and he can just go on a killing spree against Fae specifically.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, well, that does have a lot of implications. Just thinking about it as well, just in the interaction.
Yes, isn't it cool? Anyway, just as a quick thing, Yumi, just so
It's
that
like
we're
that's
all...
a major aspect of his character or something.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right?
Anyway.
Okay, we knew that you didn't like Faye, but there's a huge difference between, okay, so he's a pacifist, he doesn't like Faye, to, oh, he doesn't, he genuinely does not see them as part of the rules of do no harm.
Yumi, Biz
Yep.
has spent the night, instead of working on its original project, is going to be tuning its its sensors to our friends' frequencies.
Okay. Roll me in electronics.
Actually, thinking about it, with how short of a
-4.
time Viz has to recharge, they actually might be aware when Abaia comes home.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
probably.
100%.
A 5.
It was a -4, so you're not quite
Fuck
able to
you!
do it.
What the fuck?
It's
Alright, fuck it.
difficult to get that
I'm
signal.
banning myself.
Okay.
Fuck
Oh
you.
yeah.
Oh, there
no.
we go.
Yeah, that's right. It's what you get. It's what you get.
You're able to find your friend's signal, and it's a bit of a ways away. It's gonna take some driving, but
Yeah, no, that's fair. But at least we have a general location of where they might be.
I'll mark an area on the map for you to go to.
There's a settlement that needs your help, General. I'll mark it on your map. Man, no, that's just not just a success, but one raise. A
Yep.
singular raise.
That's why it's not going to be a very large area.
I guess our course of action is going to be determined by whether or not Abaia basically is like, hey, we need to go down swinging and take care of that group or not.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like that one creature is really dangerous, but you also made the implication that a lot of the danger comes from just the numbers.
I am the danger.
So, Viz, you would hear Abaia come back this late hour while you're fiddling with radio electronics. Do you do anything in response?
I'm gonna flip a coin.
Alright.
Okay, then yes, Viz will actually like stop what it's doing and you know, like open the door to its room, making like eye contact with Abaia for a second.
Abaia pauses in the middle of the hallway and looks back at Viz. Is this what a teenager feels like when they get caught sneaking out of the house?
Viz kind of cocks its head up slightly.
I know you're going to ask, but I might as well hit it off. I have been investigating the cult that I was suspecting. And I believe that I have found something, or rather, found them.
And then
I'll
the best thing-
explain in detail whenever we gather as a group.
The best reaction for Viz is just, that is an elaborate excuse for you not lying about cheating on me. I thought we were a thing.
I'm going to kill you! For God's sake!
Who is the side piece? It's and then, you know, Abaia has to sigh and pull out a calculator, and then Viz slaps the kayak.
Oh my fucking god!
Oh my god.
And then Mercy wakes up from the nightmare and be like, I really gotta stop watching those soap operas before bed.
Oh, that's such a... So
yeah,
funny.
that would be a dream that Mercy has, to be honest.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself. Just knowing what we know about Mercy, that does seem like...
That's an extremely Mercy dream.
It really is. Anyway, but yeah, no, Viz just will kind of like nod in response to Abai's explanation and kind of like close the door and get back to what it was doing.
Alright. Well, what are y'all doing in the morning then? Imagine Abaia is probably the last one to wake up.
Burke's in the middle of forging his sword. You know, clang, clang, clang.
What?
Burke is forging a sword now. He needs it.
Where the fuck did you get a forge?
What do you mean the Mafia has it? Any well-respecting Mafia has a forge.
Unironically, they actually might have one in order to make like machine parts and the like.
Yeah, that'd be in the industrial
Or like
sector.
Oh yeah.
It wouldn't be here in the hotel.
It has been
Unless
one
they just
thing-
really want to piss off everybody inside the hotel.
True.
It's about to stage a stat was rolled.
Yeah.
I was telling you about it a while ago about how I have been considering trying to get Burke a less high-tech sword, because the problem is the fact that Burke's etheric blade kind of attracts a lot of attention. It's because it's not like impossibly hard to get tech, but it's also very much not very common.
Girl, all of you attract attention.
Burke is subtle. He has a cloak that covers him.
We
This
are
is
very
also
attractive.
subtle.
I mean, listen, Burke with a greatsword would be really cool, okay, Heatslocker?
Anyhow, what are y'all doing in the morning?
I will simply say everyone might have to try and find Lucretia.
I mean, that implies that any of us even think, even kind of bother about trying to find her in the first place. Because the thing is, right? Unless she goes missing for a very long amount of time, at this point, she's kind of made it quite obvious that you don't bother her unless you super need to.
I mean, she's still in the hotel.
Yeah, well, apparently, needs to be found.
Lucretia branded hide and seek. Let's go.
You find her, she just beats the shit out of you after.
Oh no. She questioned the Dawn, and now he's taking care of her.
But no,
Pleasure from the
there's
dawn
something
is
I'm trying
putting
to
her in
set
a
up.
dress. Well, I mean, all that Burke's doing is, unless he's needed, he's going to continue doing his little research project. He probably left at some point to get a library book, books from about like modern battle tactics, basically.
Yeah.
Which would be, like, sure, not the exact strategies, but in general, like how certain battles went for sure, as well as his own like personal collection of a few books to study.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Makes
So
sense.
he's because like if just in case worst case scenario, we need to know how certain things work. We need to know how urban combat works versus the field. So just a lot of Burke preparing for the future. So unless someone goes to get him, he's going to be reclusive, as well as keeping an eye on the news in case he needs to go talk to people if there's a development.
All right. Most antisocial party.
Yeah, no, Viz is
Yep.
gonna try and keep to itself. To be honest,
Oh my god.
Abaya's
Abaia
asleep.
actually will go and start rounding people up whenever he awakes.
Yeah, I mean
Fuck.
that's fair. I'm also wondering like what time the logistics would allow Lucretia to have her meeting with her boss.
Well, you'd have to ask around.
Yeah. I mean, there's one thing Lucretia always does every morning.
Jim,
Yep.
fair enough.
So that's where she'll be.
And guess what? Asterio does that too.
Ah.
So, at a certain point in Gem, a little bit later, Asterio would actually enter to join in with some of the others. He gives each of you a nod and moves over to some of the weightlifting benches. He's dressed up in just a tank top and some comfy looking like jogger pants.
Yeah. Lucretia will finish up her set and then walk over and basically start spotting him.
All right.
Thank you for the assistance, Lucretia.
Say, I have a question.
Go on.
Yeah. How did the family get a hold of my cybernetics?
He raises an eyebrow mid lift.
Why do you ask?
What? One of Steel Zenith's, I suppose, top secret enforcers searched me out to warn me.
Really?
He's going to put the weight up to sit up and look at you properly.
Top secret. Father, what were you planning?
He thinks for a moment. Let me check a note.
We don't know where we got it. It was from a Goodwill.
Oh my god.
My father, Varen, he... I didn't know this would be coming up so soon.
He got them from a contact. I don't know who this contact is. It was very close business. Between himself, that contact alone. I wasn't even allowed to know. But he told me that we should try to put it on somebody trustworthy, somebody close to the family. If the chance ever came up. That's all I know about it. He said that they were specialized prototype pieces of tech. Something gotten from an insider. That's all I ever really learned.
Prototype indeed, considering it's not supposed to leave their inner circle.
Really? Shit. Enforcers? What sort?
heavily augmented. Suppose apparently fucking mind controlled as well.
Oh, I don't like that one bit. Stereo sighs. My father had plans for you. Apparently, I remember overhearing him at one point saying that you were especially important. He was talking with somebody. It was via just the phone. I was young. Well, I was younger than now, obviously. But Varen, he was... Obviously, he had plans that were cut short for you. I can try to look into some of his old business, but he had many of his old papers burnt when he died. It was a old safeguard. Shush, Tron. I'm coming with this on the fly. Give me a break here.
Well, let me know.
I most certainly can. I do remember one thing, though. And Asterio takes his possession back to lifting. He told me a few weeks before he was killed. You remember that Varen was killed in a shootout with some of the other factions.
Yeah.
That you were to be protected. That he put you in the driver position because he knew that it would strengthen you. Most importantly, it would keep you out of the limelight. It would keep you from being a target. And that it would probably be one of the safest spots for you. What he meant by that, he wouldn't tell me. Said that if the time came, he would inform me, but obviously, he died before he ever had a chance. I figured whatever it was might not ever come to pass with his passing. Evidently, Father was doing more than I anticipated. I think he was doing this with Steel Zenith, of all people. To my knowledge, the Davari family has never had links to Sigarius. Evidently, my knowledge was false. I'll browse what information I can.
Histories.
Yes, histories. If you ever go there, call me up. I'll see if I haven't found a contact at that point. There might be some old friends there, from what I can assume. Old friends of Father's.
Alright.
But of course, sounds like going there is going to be really dangerous. But
Yes.
it's you. I know you can take care of yourself.
You're damn right.
I really wish my father didn't keep so many damn secrets. He always thought he was invincible. And yet here we are.
Yeah. At this point, Lucretia would, help him finish his set.
Yeah.
And then go back to her own set.
Yep.
Which is where everyone else would find her.
I assume that Abaia wanting to convene the party probably peeks in.
Absolutely. If he gets told that she'd be over here.
Oh, you would know that she would be in the gym each morning. She goes there every morning, so.
Mm-hmm.
But he would probably actually start with Burke and Viz, of course, given that they're in the residential section. So.
Yeah. But alright. Abaia, you step in and you can see that Lucretia's just doing her thing.
Yes.
And
But before you actually approach and call out to her, Abai would notice something on Lucretia. She's actually not wearing her full-length tank top as she normally does.
oh god, get dressed. What the hell?
It's a crop top.
Yeah, it's a crop top. But Abai would notice all around her waist are tons of little scars. You would if Abai had to guess, they look like she's been shivved many, many, many times.
Are they
But they're
fork stab wounds?
I mean, not that close. But they are quite old. Older than she's been in the family, at least.
This is completely expected given her line of work, so Abaia won't even question it.
You'd also see that she has.
It wasn't even in her work.
Yeah. It's.
I mean, I wouldn't know that. I would naturally assume it comes from being in the mafia.
True.
Yeah, it's like. Again, unfortunately, this party does not ask questions.
It really does not.
Why would you ask questions about something that seems fairly obviously connected, you know?
I mean, yeah, that one's fair. You also notice
Yeah.
that she's got several metallic ports just above the belt line. You assume that that's where all that steam comes out when
You know,
she does
that's
that thing during combat.
interesting. That's something to question. We
Yeah.
want to learn more about that, don't we?
Yep.
They're just like little metallic vents, circular. They got little slats like typical vents do. Probably not much larger than like a silver dollar, if that.
Freaking built-in chopstick dispensers.
Oh my god.
Lucretia, it is time to have a group meeting so that we can decide where to go from here.
Alright. She'll quickly finish up her set. Toss her jacket over her shoulder and just follow you.
All right.
Gather in the cafeteria, everybody.
The speakeasy.
Yes, I'm calling it the cafeteria just to be facetious.
Fair enough. I mean, you are able to bring breakfast down there. You got the same little duty-free breakfast. This time they actually have the stuff for waffles. They haven't had it the past 2 days.
I bet it's because of Mercy.
It's because of Mercy.
Ha!
Last time Mercy left with like 5 waffles in a bag.
If it wasn't waffles, it'd be grilled cheese.
Oh yeah.
To be fair, she takes a bunch of waffles because they. I keep saying she because you know what? Everyone's a she now. Frick you.
Uh-huh.
Abolishing gender with monogender. Anyway, they so they like take so many waffles because they never see waffles when they're around. But the reason is because they always take all the waffles. So the mafia, if they know Mercy's come around, don't have waffle stuff out because then they'll take it all. So it's like a vicious cycle.
Mercy has to sneak in for the waffles.
Waffle heisting the mafia.
Absolutely. Anyways, you guys all meet up. Some of you with breakfast.
Yep.
I mean, Viz doesn't really seem to meet up at all because I don't think Viz needs meat. Personally.
Oh my god! Just start your fucking meeting, you slut cakes.
All right, so we have gathered here today. Viz, did you get any results from your search?
Oh, let me show you that area where you were able to locate. So, if you go north on the map.
Oh, over there.
Yep.
Oh, that do be a drive, don't it?
It's this blue marked
All the way
area.
up past Ambergris? Oof.
Yeah, north of Ambergris definitely a very chilly part of the country.
Also, for Lucretia's trip to that HQ, that's gonna be a hell of a drive.
Yeah, considering that
It's on the other side.
Sagarius is way the fuck over here.
Yeah.
Well, in either case, Viz will nod. I have spent the entire night working on trying to isolate my contact's signal. It is difficult, considering they are rather far away currently. Not to mention the radio interference with a bustling city such as this. However, I believe I've been able to isolate an area that we may search.
Alright, where is it?
Far north.
I see. So it would require at least a few days of travel time?
Yes.
He nods. Well, I have made progress into my own investigation on the cult of the carrier. It does indeed exist. I have located a small number of them in the sewers underneath the slums. Apparently this fever is their form of a recruitment drive, finding those particularly susceptible to it and inducting them into their order. I'm guessing that the disease has some way to override personal will. Otherwise, I can't see it being a terribly effective method. There is an old, some sort of transit system that they have inhabited that is adjoined to the sewer systems crumbling into one another. If we wish to try and flush this fever out, and this cult in general, we would need to strike at them quickly, particularly since they know that I am here and have seen them.
What do you propose?
Quite simple, really. We lead a strike force down there, into that transit system, kill those that resist, and claim at least one to get information from. They are, however, like me. They have twisted magics to their own use. So it will not be an easy encounter. Please study the rulebook before we go in.
We have been. Then the biggest point of concern is making sure Lucretia has sufficient protection. I have my own methods to help resist the disease, both due to my armor as well as benefits. Although syringes of the same caliber may be needed to be prepared in advance, just in case. Assuming that they have carried the same gaze that your powers has.
They might. I have not really encountered other magic users like me, so I cannot tell you if they have the same inflictions or not.
Regardless, it's certainly
With that being
important.
said,
Go on.
their magic is also much more aggressive than mine. So they will be actively trying to infest you.
Burke nods. All the more important to make sure that we're sufficiently protected.
What about the rest of y'all?
I mean,
Colts.
yeah, Burke's whole thing is that due to the imminent threat to the population, Burke sees the cult as a more important thing, and striking at Sungate takes secondary importance to that.
Well, that is actually why I had the meeting. I wanted to inquire, do we want to focus on dealing with Sungate in the city immediately after, or do we want to take the travel up to this signal and start taking direct control over the revolutionaries before we begin to strike at Sungate proper? Because currently we have no way to really communicate with the protesters at large.
I do think going after that radio signal secondary to the cult is likely the most important thing. After all, it'll only increase our own strength one way or another before we strike at Sungate, and Anres will continue to do his best to hassle them. And while he keeps them distracted, it should allow us to travel a bit more freely.
Are there any other immediate concerns to bring up? Any particularly juicy targets that we can think of?
Davis will shake its head.
Judging by the resounding silence, I'm going to take that as a no. Very well.
My shit's down the road.
A quick strike at the cult, and then on to this signal.
All right.
I presume God will have to set up some maps for this. So.
Yes, for the travel at least. We could do the cult though. So.
Oh,
Yeah, that's.
I didn't figure you would be prepared for that.
Surprise.
All right.
I got a map I can use for it.
Well,
I expected you guys would have investigated some of the underground at this point, due to how I thought things would go, but things have gone entirely differently. Than
well, I mean,
ever
we're still going
anticipated.
underground anyway.
Yeah, but it's not into the same depth as I would have expected, because I have a whole system for, like, delving into the superstructures. But,
Well, that comes later,
yeah,
though,
that comes
theoretically.
later. That definitely
when
comes
we
later.
actually, deal with Sungate and finding out its secret laboratory and shit, I assume.
Either way. So, you all are going to be going after the cult then?
I believe so.
Alright. So, you all, I guess, load into the car and head out that way?
Yeah.
Alright.
Actually doing this, Burke will send a message to Anres about the plans to basically, where we're going and that we're going to go after the cult
Alright.
to try and stop the plague.
As you're driving towards the place, you do get a response from Honorus saying, "You're taking your sweet time with this, aren't you? Fair enough. Good luck."
I treat time with what?
You get a feeling he's teasing you.
Bring my hands up into the air, frickin' goddamn it.
You hear a grumble from the inside of Burke's mask.
God.
Is your boyfriend being coy?
Do not call him boyfriend. God, Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, but Honorus would be great boyfriend material. Imagine snuggling up to that.
Not for Burke, it'd be weird.
Yes, it would definitely be weird for Burke, but for anybody else...
Anybody else is fine, not Burke. Jesus.
Okay. You all pull up nearby the clinic, which is bustling as always. And you're able to find a parking spot somewhere down the street. You head down into the alleyway and head into the sewer.
Lucretia just casually lifts off the manhole cover with ease.
Yeah, no issue for you.
I can only imagine how Abaia feels about that.
The damn thing flips over. You all...
Abaia doesn't say anything. He knows he's a noodle arm little guy.
You all start heading down into the sewers once again. You follow the same paths that Abaia took earlier. Down, right, left, down. The door. This time, you find the door hanging open. What do you do? Oh, God. I'm allergic to the sewers.
She's got the plague! No!
Alright, I assume that they probably would have moved on, but let us check anyway.
Well, you push the door open and head further down. Down, down, down.
Burke, would you mind taking the lead? You're the sword.
Oh, I suppose Burke will.
Burke, do you...
Just because...
It's very dark in here. Do you, like, ignite the sword to light the way? Because it would create a decent amount of light.
Burke does that for the sword and the shield.
Ooh. Do you want to describe them both being out together?
I mean, I don't know what you expect. The left gauntlet has a mechanism deployed that ignites the shield, where the point of origin for it glows more red before fading into, the typical, like, turquoise color of the energy of the fade that most recently charged it last. Versus the sword, when it deploys, has a slightly
Sorry,
different...
did you just say the Fae that charged it last?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
etheric batteries typically are either charged by Fae or Fae Blessed.
Huh.
That's how
I
those
thought
batteries
that
work.
I thought that it was more of like a natural force that kind of
Well-
rippled around, that they harnessed it somehow.
I mean, yes, ether is natural, but a much easier way to charge an etheric battery that uses that sort of stuff, which is used for things like energy blades, is by having somebody who's able to utilize etheric magic and just kind of putting the energy into the battery, which is usually a Fae or a Fae Blessed.
Makes sense.
Yep, so the Fae who, provides power to it changes the color, which is why when Burke pulls the sword is ever so slightly different shade, because the sword got recharged more recently by a different creature.
Yep.
So the colors change depending on Fae, but typically they tend to be in the realm of turquoise and vary from, like, green to blue.
Yep.
But Burke's equipment specifically has the hint of red near the emitters.
Which is interesting. It throws the lights of this old rickety this old rickety stairwell into strange lights and shadows as you walk further down. Shadows stretching forever outwards.
And with both out, Burke almost looks like a knight as he takes the lead, shield out and ready to receive shots from the front.
You enter into an electrical room, which, due to a breached wall, connects to this old train tunnel, perhaps, or like a subway or something like that. But the tunnel itself is crumbling. It is covered in etheric overgrowth. And, Abaia, you would recognize that there's even new plants that have grown since last time you were here. Like, the vines there have grown a lot longer, and these various plants have bloomed into flowers. Strange. But, you start heading further down the tunnel. Lights shining through the various plants, the trees that are growing down here, this small little forest, the water dripping from above. It's strange. After you step through a puddle, you look forward, and you find the end of the tunnel. The cult members have left. Here, you find what
little they've left behind. There's 2 alcoves that had the cots in them originally. The cooking stand is still there with a pot of half-finished stew of some sort, cold and currently being supped on by a rather mutated-looking rat.
Cult member, get him!
There is a table with a variety of what looks to be really like wet and ruined papers. You realize that this is because there's a drip from the fucking ceiling that's on top of this table. There looks to be some empty bags, that sort of thing. There's also a large etching of the carrier's mask, painted in full, vibrant white paint on one of the alcoves. The painting itself stands at over 12 feet. The guy had to probably step up onto something just to reach the top of it. It's a little menacing, staring down on you as you investigate the vacated campsite. So in fact, no, I didn't have a map I could use for this.
All right, well, let's see if we can find any trace for them.
Remind me how how we do a group notice roll. I forget the exact thing to roll for that. We talked about it before, at least like assisting somebody.
I believe that would have to be something we kind of homebrew, because I did look into it, and group roles are very specifically when you're working with or having a group of X instead of having like, the extras roll individually. Right. They all kind of work together.
Okay, so
so for us personally, I'd say my idea is, depending on a group role, we basically can do it kind of like another system does it, where we pick one person to be the person who does the main role, and then everyone else rolls too, and for every success they get, like, you know, normal success, not like actually hitting the modifier, for every success they add a +1 to the main person's roll, and every raise adds another +1, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
For example, if all of us got a normal thing, and Abaia was the one with the notice, Abaia would get a +3.
I will allow this.
Right.
Or you can all just roll individually. Your choice.
Burke has a very basic notice. I'd rather just assist.
Right.
I have a very good notice, so.
Who has the best notice? Because I have a D4 notice.
Ace.
I got a D10. So.
Yeah, I got a D8.
Alright.
Alright, let's all assist Abaia then.
Yeah, Abaia, roll your notice, and then everybody else roll theirs.
I'm going to use
5. Okay, Benny. Also, Lucretia, you rolled stealth.
Use my last one.
Yep, just use the last one.
Ah!
Oh god!
Oh my god,
Lucretia! Wild die of 20.
All right, well that wild die should definitely help.
Yeah, that's.
Sorry, Viz.
Nice.
Three.
All right.
4. That's a 4.
3 6s and a 2.
Yeah, that's.
All right, so
5
that
races.
20. Yep, so that's plus
So it's a
plus 5. And then plus 6 total.
+6 to the 3.
So it'd be 9.
Don't you have to take the result of the Benny?
Yeah,
Do you?
Benny would be a 3.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh
plus
yeah.
6, so that is 9.
Plus 6, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I confused myself by just reading off the bonus and whatever. 9. Yeah. No, that's good enough. You scanning through the debris of this kind of ruined encampment, you'll find 2 things. One is some handwritten letters that were left in that leak. They were already partially torn up. However, you you gain a little bit of knowledge. More specifically, you have a name for a headquarters. This being a place known as the Vertical Forest. Wherever that is, you have no fucking clue. You've never heard about this. But there's a lead. Secondly, you find what appears to
Can
be.
you put us back on the map real quick?
Sure.
The world map.
It is not on the world map, I can tell you that much.
I know. I wanted to look at something.
Sure. You also find a set of printed out photos in wondrous 16. Well, actually, it's not even 16 colors. It's just black and white, and just shades of gray. But you find a few surveillance photos of several individuals. One of them, Abaia, you would recognize it as that script that ended up as the carrier. Well, as the fucking yeah, you know what I mean. What are you looking for, Abaia?
Actually, I was looking at something on the way up to Ambergris, that being Embervale. If we're looking for old war tech for Viz, it occurred to me that that place would be a good place to go.
Yep.
And it is en route.
Yep.
That's it. It wasn't actually connected to what was going on. I just had a second.
Fair enough.
So I looked up at the top corner. I like that you included a racetrack.
A what?
A racetrack.
Yes. I had a feeling you would enjoy that, and I feel like that would be a very fun side thing to do. For the people watching,
We should go racing for money.
exactly. For the people watching, Sagarius, the heavily corporate-run city, has a racetrack. It is a rather large racetrack. It has its own stadium. But yeah, you're able to find those various pictures and a name. That being the Vertical Forest. Bring out the monowheel. What do you do?
Well, this will take a little bit of research because I've never heard of this place. So I guess now we get in the car.
So, head out then?
Yes.
All right. As you're all heading out, Abaia, your phone rings. Your personal communicator. Do you check who it is?
Yes.
It's Othello.
Abaia picks it up.
Abaia,
We need your assistance back here at the warehouse immediately. That one script that you put off to the side. Something's been going wrong with her.
Is she still there? Or?
She still is. We had to lock her into a room. Something's happened to her. The illness, it's changed her somehow.
I see. Very well. I will be right there.
All right.
Euthanize her.
Yep, Abaia will hang up. Well, change of plans. Right.
all right.
This has been a very hectic week.
It very much
I
has.
don't fucking say.
Well, it seems that we should head over there as soon as possible then.
You
Agreed.
You head to the clinic.
The clinic is already looking. Well, not the clinic. The
Impromptu clinic.
yeah. There was a
The triage.
triage. Thank you. I was trying to remember the word. Also, not really Raz. There's a particular thing going on here. You'll get an idea. The
The triage, thankfully, doesn't even have a line outside of it anymore, and while inside it's still relatively active, you see that there's actually 1 or 2 empty beds. People are recovering rather quick. But, when you come in, a fellow is tapping his foot near the back end where the nurses have been working. Once you enter, he waves you down. Oh, thank goodness. Abaia, I figured you'd probably be the one to figure out what the hell's going on here. Come on. And he will lead the party up a set of stairs to the old area where there was like offices for the people running this warehouse. And you remember that being used as like isolation. And originally you put her in there. But now you see that the door itself has been barricaded. There is several old, like, rusted out filing cabinets set up against it under the door, and there's been a chain thrown over the top. The door itself has a window on the front. The window itself is cracked, and you can actually take a look inside. Inside, you can see that Skrit. She's curled up, sobbing and screaming in one corner. She does not look how you left her. Her body has extended, bloodily, I might mention. There's tears in her flesh where the hide just could not keep itself whole. Her vertebrae have stretched out to create these kind of like spikes, twisted, warped growths growing out of her back. The garden that was on her back that most Skrits carry, their pride and joy, while it was already struggling before, it's now stands wilted and dead all around the room. The tail itself leaks blood from where the roots have fallen out. She's curled up in a fetal position, in basically a pool of her own blood, shaking. You see that in the room, carved with something, is markings of the carrier's mask. Abaia, what the hell is going on here? You have any idea?
Abaia doesn't respond. He just moves through the door, unbarricades it so that he can go inside.
Oh, gods. Once
Burke is going to be right behind Abaia.
You open the door, and it creaks. And the woman looks up. Her eyes are bloodshot and red. Several of her teeth have fallen out. Others have grown distorted. Doctor, what's happening to me? I keep seeing things, hearing things. Ah! She clutches her head and lets out this twisted screech that most Skrit should not be able to make. She is in a very bad state.
Abaia looks at her for a few long seconds. And then he'll step over to where the medical supplies are kept, and he begins rooting around inside. Produces a syringe and a small vial, which he will draw some liquid up into before approaching the fallen Skrit, kneeling down beside her.
Doctor, please don't get close. I can't control myself. Ah!
I know. Trust me. There is nothing that you can do to me that this disease hasn't already done before. I'm afraid that we were mistaken.
Mistaken?
What is ravaging you now is not the crucible fever. It is something older, something much more dangerous.
Her eyes
This
staring
voice.
at you. Continue.
What is it telling you, this voice in your head?
It's telling me it's something about granting me greatness and powers. But it hurts. Oh, God, it hurts. It keeps telling me to leave, but...
He's actually going to set a hand behind her head. He's actually going to hug her, like right up into his neck, to at least hold her close.
She hugs you tightly. You can feel the claws scratching against you unintentionally. Doctor, I'm trying to hold on for my daughter.
I know.
She's got left.
I know. Is this voice telling you to go to somewhere? Is it pulling at you in any way?
It just wants me out. Out. Somewhere. I don't know where, but out. Out. The forest. The vertical forest.
You'll be happy to know something. We have saved your daughter. I have. I worked tirelessly yesterday in order to bring her back as whole as I could. It will not be an easy recovery for her. I will have to make certain modifications in the future, cybernetics, in order to restore her full work of life. But she will live, and she will recover. I just want you to know that. And then he presses that syringe that he had up underneath her jaw, and he injects her with a lethal amount of painkillers.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man.
I had a feeling that that's how this was going to go.
Yeah, I mean, same here, but still. Ugh.
I do want to say that, like, just to make sure, Burke kind of went in the room and closed the door behind him just in case.
Yeah.
So Burke's just kind of staying there watching.
Thank you. Look after her. And it's not very long before she passes out and stops, her haggard breathing, in your arms. Those clawed, twisted, broken hands fall slack.
He keeps holding her for a few seconds. And then he will stoop down, pick her very gently up. She's a scrit, so he should be able to do so, even with him being fairly weak.
Yeah.
Wraps her in whatever nearby, like blanket or whatever, to both obscure what's happened to her and to prevent anybody else from coming in direct contact with her.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that I could promise you a burial, but I can't. This body will have to be incinerated. I'm afraid what has infected it could potentially infect everything, dead or not.
Othello at the door. He's got a full mask on this time. Understood. Shit.
Don't beat yourself up about it, Othello. This disease, it is not one that can be cured. I should know, he says. He turns and begins to carry her out towards whatever crematorium might have been set up.
Yep, there's one out in the back.
I've been fighting it for years.
Oh, wow. That line goes hard. Oh my god.
That really does.
Whoa.
Okay, I'm actually like very teared up.
Yeah, and this is definitely having an effect on Burke as well, because after Abaia kind of passes through, Burke is staring at where she was and at the walls. Alright, let's see how this goes.
Oh
no.
my god. Oh my god.
Oh god, it was a hidden roll.
Hidden
Oh,
roll, and it was a critical failure. That's not
Oh
good.
my god! What?
Oh shit!
Oh.
Seems like you'll learn. I can't, even if I wanted to like get a better roll, I can't Benny that. Like,
No, you can't. You can't Benny critical failures. It's not going to happen yet, but deep down, Burke, you feel something crack.
And there's not gonna be. Oh dear, this is not good for certain things. Does any? I suppose if the other two want to do a notice.
Sure. I'll roll a
I'm-
notice.
I'm going to impose a -4 on this for myself because Abaia has other things both on his mind and, well, that he's paying attention to, like the body in his arms.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, no, this.
You know what? I
Yeah.
I only use one Benny. I'll use another one. Why not? That's meh.
Christian got a 4.
So-
No.
I will say this one is going to be. Burke usually conceals his emotion, but while Viz is kind of distracted, I guess Lucretia's just watching Burke.
Probably like through the window of that little office.
Well, the door was open because a fellow was.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's Burke in there. I'm trying to think how Burke would react, because even if it doesn't do anything crazy right now, part of that role was also to see basically how well Burke could keep it together.
Hey, the walls are pretty close. They're pretty flimsy. You could punch a wall.
I think I know it. Burke is just like you haven't seen Burke this upset in a while, because you see him staring at the walls, and then like his fists clench and he actually begins to shake.
Oh.
Like he is livid with fury, and just damn false gods. Taking things away from people like this, taking their lives, their freedoms. And, like he's just like seething at what he just watched a woman struggle to keep her very sense of self, and he's trying to hold it together, and something kind of cracks visibly, because he lets out like the most emotion you've ever heard of Burke. He lets out a yell of fury, and just to take out his rage into the symbol that she drew in her own blood, he ignites a shield and shield bashes it. And this time, unlike normal, the shield is a very vibrant, almost crackling red, as he just obliterates it in a swing.
The wall is heavily, bashed in. It's just a thin metal wall from that, but, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the
Unfortunately,
symbol...
Viz doesn't see any of that because I,
Yeah.
didn't roll the notice.
I mean, you all hear the loud bang.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
but it's only
I'm
like
making a little-
Lucretia who's like, what? So the subtlety.
I'm making a little
before
joke.
it.
Don't worry
Yeah.
about it. I don't
Yeah.
think I don't think you need to roll to see everything that's happening.
Yeah, it's the
after
subtleties.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the subtleties that only Lucretia notices, where Burke tried to hold it in. This is Burke losing against something.
Yeah, no, I mean that part is obvious. Like this is Burke angry. It's like, okay, well, Burke is angry.
Yep.
But yeah, so Burke does that, and he just kind of stays there from it. I imagine that just to the sheer energy coming off the shield, it would have at least singed the quote paint on the symbol to damage it enough.
Oh, 100%. In fact, with all the energy that you put into that, the fucking wall is still crackling with energy for several seconds after.
And then with that, Burke is kind of gonna like come back into himself, take a deep, shuddering breath, and then without saying anything, the shield retracts and he makes his way quickly out of the building.
I think Viz is gonna follow Burke.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, Lucretia's gonna head out. Mainly have another cigarette. The funny thing is, she actually kind of needs them.
Yep, due to her
What an
infants.
addict.
I mean,
Oh,
it is a major habit of hers.
Yep.
But yeah, so Burke leaves. Is there anything, any place that is, you know, relatively calm and serene nearby, I suppose?
Yeah. If you walk a ways down the street, you can get to the riverside.
Well, that's, I like to imagine Burke at least knows something about the area in general, because he was
Yeah.
helping out for
Oh yeah.
a while. So he makes his way over there. And I like to imagine that symbolically, with that, Burke's cloak actually flows a little bit more because he's, you know, symbolic of him being a little bit more vulnerable at the moment.
Yeah.
So what he saw there definitely affected him on a very deep level. Let's just say, Raz, that the critical fail definitely is possibly going to rush something for Burke's story that
I need to get more
maybe
shit
it was the
prepared.
honestly.
I need to get more shit prepared before I thought I would need it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't realize that again, you know, has to be fate for that one roll, because Jesus Christ.
It started escalating and escalating quickly.
Either way, so Burke gets to the riverside and he basically kind of sits down, and it's a little. Is there like a bench nearby or a log or something to sit on? 'Cause
Yeah.
Toss would be a bit awkward in power armor.
Yeah, this area is sometimes used for fishing. So there's probably some like old docks or maybe like some crumbled walls or something like that. So there's spots you can sit. Just feel free to pick a spot.
Yeah, Burke will find something that can get his weight and just kind of sit down.
We'll say an old driftwood log.
And yeah, and he'll just sit there and like he's trying desperately to you know, recuperate, and like, you know, typically he can be in control, but you know, to people who've been around him for a while, there's definitely a difference. Whenever Burke does stuff, he tends to be very guarded or strict or straight, and now like he's a bit hunched over. He has one arm kind of just, or left arm limp, right arm's just kind of, you know, elbow on his knee. And Burke's just basically, whatever just happened, like, took a toll on him physically. And he's just there trying to recuperate, but if anyone follows him, he doesn't notice immediately.
Yeah, it was Viz that followed.
I don't know if Lucretia just kind of stayed outside the clinic to have that cigarette.
You just stay outside the clinic.
Okay. But yeah, no, Viz will have absolutely followed Burke. And maybe 30 seconds after Burke, you know, sits down, Viz is just gonna like slowly walk up, kind of like off to the side. Without even looking at Burke or anything, Viz is just going to say, do you have a greater understanding as to Abaia's proclivities against the Fae?
I suppose you could say that. I apologize for my misconduct. I should not have had an outburst like that.
Everyone has their moments.
I cannot.
Cannot?
Burke, instead of usually just staring, this time looks away from Viz
Oh.
instead of answering. He doesn't just stare. This is Burke currently at his most vulnerable and also most open he's ever been. So obviously up to Viz. I don't know if Viz would, but it's also if there's any time to push Burke about things, it's probably now.
Yeah, no, I got that part. I am debating things. I think there will be like a solid, degree, like a solid duration of silence after that, though.
The silence is only broken up by the calls of birds flitting around the waters, and distant music from a couple of people further down the shoreline.
What was different about this situation as opposed to many others in the past?
Suppose I got to see the horrors firsthand. There's a difference between losing someone to disease, but to watch someone so viscerally fight for themselves, to maintain that sense of self is horrifying. And just thinking about there being a Fae out there that can do this. I do not hate the Fae like Abaia does. I believe that they can have many purposes in life. Some help and some harm, but I suppose I didn't have enough experience to truly understand what a monster this one was. It lent upon me a great understanding that no matter what happens, for the rest of my life, I'll ensure that I give everything in my power to ensure it dies eventually. And it will. One day. Even if I have to follow Abaia around for who knows how long. I can't see something like that again.
That is certainly a bold ambition. But you do have to realize that in doing so, you may experience this time and time again.
Burke is quiet for a bit, but this one is more contemplative before answering. God, what would he say here? If I don't do anything, then it's going to happen regardless. I'm not one to hide myself away. At least. That's not what I was taught.
And yet you do seem to hide yourself away in an emotional standpoint.
Burke kind of shifts now. Both kind of hands or elbows are on his knees, and those fists kind of clench a bit. It's for safety, or perhaps simply selfish reasons. But I assure you, I do have my own reasons for controlling myself. So
I do not doubt that. But just know that if you do not process these emotions in a healthy manner, then it can lead to more destructive outbursts in the future. I do not know what your energy was there, with your shield and the crackling on the wall. That is not something I will ask about at this moment. However, if it is indeed tied to your emotional state at any given time, then I would recommend that instead of hiding your emotions, and instead of bottling them up, as some would say, you should seek to process them more healthily.
apologies, but I cannot risk it.
It is intriguing. You and Abaia share a lot of similarities. Yet for such polarizing reasons. You two would probably get along very well. Take as much time as you need. But perhaps spend some time speaking with Abaia. Perhaps he can help you process what you've experienced. And then Viz will walk back to the clinic.
Actually, hang on. I think there's something I do want to bring up, because Burke's in such an emotional state. Burke will mention one thing. It's like, if I am to open up a little bit, I suppose I can tell you one thing.
Kind of stopping in his tracks.
Burke kind of pauses a moment, bops, kind of. I don't know. Does the subtle Burke fiddling, I guess, of him being unsure. I don't know what that would look like, but it's he's not completely still before saying.
Burke does the ooh woo finger points to one another.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
God, just imagine. When I was young, before I became a mercenary, I always wanted to become a hero. A fool's dream now, but sometimes it's nice to look back upon the past.
Even if you do not believe that you are, I am certain that to someone you are.
Burke quietly nods. Maybe. Although, I'm not sure I can count myself as one just yet. Mother always said, a hero needs to smile. And I don't think I can anymore. She's rough, but if she can get past herself, I can easily see Lucretia being an inspiring figure for people.
Lucretia? Inspiring? What's this witchcraft?
But you do not.
Burke shakes his head. I'm old and hiding from myself. She still has a future ahead of her, and I think we can both see that despite it all, she still cares for people in general, even if she's guarding herself. Just like the rest of us, I suppose. Or maybe I'm just looking for hope in someone else. You should head back. I'll return soon.
Instead of doing so, Viz will actually take a moment and just turn around and sit down next to Burke. Still not really looking at Burke, but instead just looking out into the landscape. There's a bit of silence before the thing that always interests me about biologicals such as yourself is that you are so acutely aware of your mortality. I understand the differences between you and I. However, you have a lot more time than you think. Everyone can change. People can develop ambitions, give up their dreams in favor of something new. And I have seen many people, even in their elderly age, accomplish great many things. Do not give up on yourself. There are plenty of others who will not give up on you.
Burke stays silent. It seems that whatever happened, he is slowly kind of recovering and is starting to go back into more classic Burke mode. Which, now that you can see, is him kind of drawing back up into himself. And so, to that, he'll just give a simple nod.
I
And
may
then-
have a
Go on.
clean looking chassis. My frame is well constructed. But do trust me when I say that I am older than I appear. I have seen many people waste their lives and yet were able to recover and were able to accomplish great things in their final moments. You are perhaps of age, especially depending on whatever might be under that suit of yours. But I do want to emphasize, you still have a lot of time. Just
Just-
try not to have a death wish like Abaia apparently does.
Burke gives a simple nod. By this point, he's kind of, back to normal. He's sitting, as straight as he usually does typically. His breathing's kind of calmed down, which was more seen in his movements than, actually hearing it through the helmet. But one thing he does do is he'll actually take out his blade and deploy it and look at the colors at it just to check something.
It's more red.
How much of the percentage of the blade? Because I know it's just at the emitter. How much of the blade is red before it transitions to the normal colors?
Maybe the first fourth.
Burke kind of looks at it and stares before retracting it and putting the blade away. And he doesn't say anything about it.
Viz is also kind of like watching Burke in that moment, in silence. There's some things to intuit there. This is just a final recommendation, but I do implore you to seek counsel with Abaia. Perhaps you two can come to some sort of understanding in the wake of all of this. Until then, I shall leave you be.
Burke nods. And
Viz will go back.
yeah. And before he goes back, Burke will begin, prepping a message to Anne-Reese. And I'll send you the text. Because, God, what did he send it? Probably not on text because he wants to be safe, but
Yeah.
after, he'll send the text, which I'll send to you eventually, and then he'll return back to normal. And when he does, he'll meet with Othello and apologize for damaging the wall.
Hmm. When you return, you find Othello leaning over his desk. He's kind of just staring at the paperwork. And Othello blinks when you apologize. Looks over. No, it's fine. It's understandable. We basically got this place for free, anyways. It's practically crumbling. While you were away, Abaia, Othello made a promise. You overheard it. He's gonna take care of that kid, the orphaned kid. He's gonna do whatever he can to make sure that she gets a good upbringing.
I do appreciate it because I'm not exactly one to raise children myself.
Yeah, no. If you bring it up, Othello would mention that while he has a son, he was once upon a time trying to have a daughter, but his wife was having a few issues, and he'll make
Okay, you're getting a little personal now.
but he'll make sure to give that child whatever he can, because the situation's kind of fucked up.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Just a tad.
Just a itsy bitsy little bit of fuck. But hooray.
How's Abaia doing?
That's a good
He
question.
actually seems fairly well structured. Because like he said, he's been following the carrier for a while. And he has seen worse than this.
Mm-hmm. I figured
That
as
being
much.
said, this is the first time that he has dealt with somebody like himself in that they were directly infected. No, I suppose not directly in this case. With the carrier's gaze. So he's still a little awkwardly standing. Like, you can tell he's not, entirely comfortable. But this also is something he expected. Like, he went into this with no illusions as to what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
How is Burke, by the way?
Burke has recovered. I did, however, recommend for Burke to seek counsel with you.
I see.
Whether he will take me up on that suggestion is still unclear.
I'm not sure what kind of input he would be looking for whenever he comes to me, but I will try and receive him gracefully. The news that I have to deliver is very rarely good ones. Especially not related to this.
Yes. I assume you have no qualms about what you have done.
He shakes his head. I have promised never to do any harm to any being. But I know better than anyone that there was no saving her. The least harm that could be done is to remove her before the disease took its part.
Fizz nods. A reasonable expectation. Was there
Oh.
anyone else that you recall might have been in direct contact with these cult members? Anyone who might end up like her?
Not that I have discovered, at least not here in the city. She seemed to be the worst of all. She was also the only one that mentioned the leader of the cult, the figure that approached her and offered her a gift. I think that she is the only one that was truly corrupted here. At least I hope that is the case. There were not many cultists, only 5, including the leader. So I'm going to presume it is a very small, very close-knit thing.
That suggests to me that the vector for the infection spreading has been mostly eliminated. Now you just need to treat the current victims, and the spread should be diminished, correct?
Hopefully so, but there is no guarantees one way or the other. I don't know what it was the cult was after. They said that it was to get a recruit, but they only got one. And I can't see what other effect this might have. This vertical forest, whatever that might be. Answers lie there, but until we can find it, I won't know for sure.
Understood. I will defer to your judgment then.
Either way, there's really no choice but to continue treating it.
Indeed. Well then. Othello promises to continue treatment. After seeing that, he is steeled and ready to continue treating it, and he's going to do whatever he can to. And he says that he'll contact you later if he hears about any more instances like that poor mother. Hopefully, shouldn't, but you never know. Either way, if you all wish to head out of town, you have the chance.
I suppose that's up to if everyone is ready. I don't have anything else to do here, so...
Alright everyone, road trip, we're heading to Cancun.
Oh my goodness.
Well, if we're all heading out, that
Yeah.
will be the end of session.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a pretty calm, relaxing session.
Calm,
Nice.
relaxing session. Oh my god.
I'm so God, like genuinely. So if I had failed that roll normally, I do think that there might have been a little bit something. But yeah, critical fail. I kind of had to do something big there because that's so hard to get.
Yep.
I suppose that makes them so much more impactful in the system when you just roll a critical fail.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Anyway, so hey everyone, don't worry, Burke's fine. None of what you saw is indicative of literally anything about his backstory. He was just tired and cranky.
He needs a Snickers.
He needs the Snickers. He's hungry.
Okay, so basically what I'm hearing is 1, you created Burke when you were really into symbiotes. 2, you also really, really liked the Sith in Star Wars. 3, the dark side uses red lightsabers and red energy, and usually is, shown to be people like overcome by flippant emotions and anger.
Well,
So-
it doesn't have to be anger. Any emotion actually works. It's
Well,
just
that's
anger
true.
is the most easy to replicate.
Yes, exactly. And most easy to abuse as well. So, either way, the point is, Burke is slowly but surely TFing into a Sith Lord.
Got it wrong. Namir Queen.
What?
Hmm?
Impossible. I couldn't possibly be wrong.
I mean, well, technically, it means you're right. It's just that you changed your mind, you know? The Namir Queen line. See, the problem is Burke has to hold in the emotions because, unfortunately, then the pheromones. That's why
The
Burke was the other, the
pheromones!
pheromones. Then Burke will start attracting random Namir to him, and that's like a whole problem.
True! God,
Do you
you're
know how
so
hard
right.
it is to be an anonymous mercenary when you're followed by a bunch of Namir going, "Mommy"? It's such a
I love
hassle.
what Heatlocker said, exploding Viz with a flipper zero.
Anyway, I also wanted to, I know it came out
You
left
can tell
field, but
me later.
I also wanted to bring up the stuff with Lucretia, because I do want to put it that, like, Burke thinks that Lucretia could be a better person. Could. Lucretia's currently a dick, but there's also, like, as, you know, shielded as Lucretia is, Burke's even more shielded, and Burke can also see, like, considering how things are, you know, deep down. You're a good kid, Lucretia, in a fit of defiance, knocks over a vase and breaks it. You're a decent kid.
Lucretia's gonna sneak out of our next shack to go hook up with some random fae just to spite us.
Lucretia going out to be a delinquent because apparently Lucretia has like a chart of goody two shoesness to delinquentness, and the goody two shoesness is getting too high. So Lucretia has to balance it out. There's like actually a whole journal of like delinquent quotas and good person quotas that Lucretia. Turns out Lucretia balances it very carefully.
See, I was thinking a lot like, you know, if Lucretia did want to be defiant, just going out and having a one-night stand with a fae, coming back to, you know, Burke and Abaia waiting, it's like, what if we told you hooking up with those kinds of people?
Comes back,
Okay.
arms slung over cross. Well, meet my partner.
Abaia pulls
Not
up the
quite.
gun.
There is a certain one.
Yeah.
I was just also imagining that if Lucretia does too much good, like if Lucretia like saves people, Lucretia has to go out and start tripping old ladies to make up for it.
No.
Well, either way, creatures. 2 XP, by the way.
Oh my god, 2 XPs? Oh my god, does
Yes.
that mean Raya?
You could stick one in each pocket. Either way, we are going to end the stream here. This is also where the VOD will end. So thank you
Apparently now
all,
I'm a veteran.
thank you all for coming, watching, all of that jazz. Also, yeah, don't worry about the rank that it randomly tells you. I don't know
would put
why.
it in. I would put it in advancements, because if you just add that, it doesn't really change anything. The XP/rank, it means like every 5 levels. So you know, base you're at 1, and then you know 2 that's 5, 3 is 50. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know what it's doing. Anyways, every 5 XP is a level. Every 20 XP is a rank. So you guys aren't veterans yet, not even close.
Still novices, aren't we?
Yep. You'll probably end up veteran by the end of this, by the end of the first chapter. Either way, for those watching, watching the stream or the VOD, this is where it shall end. Thank you all for coming, and we will see you all hopefully next week. Take care.
Alrighty, bye-bye.
Bye.